Hi, this is Jay for SimplyMaya, and welcome to this brand new tutorial. This tutorial, we're going to be looking at creating a digidouble as used in film and television effects work. For those of you that don't know me from the Simply forums, I'm a lead modeler at Framestore in London. I've been doing 3D for a very long time now, what seems like an eternity. And I first started showing my work on Simply many years ago, and I've basically worked my way up through the ranks in the workplace, and I'm now a lead modeler. So hopefully what I'm teaching you today, or showing you today, you'll be able to get a grip of what we actually do in the visual effects process of creating a digidouble. Also, just to outline, this tutorial is not for beginners. I'm hoping that really it's going to be for people that want to sort of push their skills a bit further and get a bit more knowledge and a bit more ground in the process of film. And also the fact that I won't be explaining every tool on the shelf or in the menu sets and stuff like that. This is going to be a real sort of hammer and chisel stuff, get it done, show you how it's done, show you what we do, why we do it, and stuff like that. So just to give you an idea of what this tutorial is about. For those of you that are at a beginner level and are watching this, we do have more easier tutorials for you to get a grip of to get you going. But this isn't one of those that's going to be that. So anyway, to get started, we're going to be creating a digidouble, basically a man from a scan pose. And what we're going to be doing, what I'm going to be showing you is how the topology is laid out for these characters and how we do it. And it's a very linear kind of look to it in terms of geometry. The only place that really we're going to get sort of edge loops for working muscle groups and stuff is the face. And let me just show you there. Got this little diagram. So our polygons on the face are going to sort of replicate or mirror the muscle groups that we see here on this diagram. So we're going to be doing the edge loops around the eyes, around the mouth, and then joining them up with the upper group, or the oral upper group here, in terms of polygons. So all the polys that we create on our face will be reflected in this diagram and vice versa. So, and that's usually the way that a face is usually set up for this type of thing, because it allows for the muscle groups to be moved around correctly and so on. In some cases in visual effects, you will find that there are characters that are of the extreme. So let's say, for example, you are building Shrek, for example. You would be able to do something from this, but you would have to really create an individual mesh to incorporate everything that you want to do. So basically what this particular character is that we're building is like an everyman for every situation, up to about 95% of the work that we create with digidoubles. So this character can be turned into, for example, from one show to the next, we could have like 6 characters, but they're all sharing the same mesh. So this could be Thor on one show, this could be, I don't know, Batman or Wonder Woman on another show. So it gives you an idea that this character is your every character. And there are advantages to doing it this way, because it can help with rigging, it can help with UVs and texturing and so on. So this is one of the reasons why I'm going to show you this tutorial and why we're going to do it this way. So let's close this off. So what I've done, I've set up a scene. A friend of mine has kindly given me one of the scans from his workshop. He's an artist, and so this is a sort of a low-res scan, just so we can use it without it bogging us down and stuff in Maya, because these things can get very heavy, and some of the stuff that we use actually in the production place can really be intense. I mean, sometimes you can see some surface detail on this, but some of them you can see every pore from the scan. But this has been decimated down just for our use on this. We're not going into every nook and cranny and explaining everything and so on. What we're going to be doing is creating various parts of this digidouble, or this actual character that we've got here, and then we'll be joining those things up, and I'll be showing you just sort of like the areas that we kind of look at to concentrate on as this could be our standard character that we go to before we change it into something else. But we'll get to that as we go along, so hopefully that all makes sense. So first of all, what we need to do is, because we're creating this from scratch, we're going to be using the modeling toolkit, which is a favorite of ours when we kind of do digidoubles and stuff at work. And essentially we just select the model and we're going to make that live. Okay, so this surface is now legible to be worked on. So just for myself, for the most part, with work like this, I just use the quad draw tool and basically just start plotting points and stuff around to get us going. Okay, I'm not overly fussed at this point, if you'll pardon the pun, where everything is going to be, but I'm just giving myself like a rough sort of idea, guide, outline where to start. So I've done that, and then we can just start to join these up. Okay, and the great thing is with quad draw, when it works properly, there we go, it's a bit of a lag there. The great thing is with this is that everything sticks to the surface, and it makes life really, really easy. Whereas before, if we had Summit, we would still have like a figure in the sort of model library that we'd use, and then we would go in and then using just photographs alone would then try and model it from just photographs, trying to line up cameras and stuff like that. But these days what happens is, with the process, is we get cameras from every conceivable angle that would have been taken of, say, this guy, for example, and to create this mesh in the software known as PhotoScan. I don't know if some of you have heard of that. And that basically will build the model from, let's say, 500 images or 100 images, or however many cameras that the studios use in their setups, and then that will then generate a mesh from the images in PhotoScan. It's a very clever bit of kit. It can be a little bit time consuming when it comes to doing that kind of thing, but it's worth it because it helps the process so much. Whereas before it was just, we get a bunch of pictures and you just have a standard mesh or a default human mesh, then you do your best to model it. But now we get the scan, we get the photographs, and we get a 3D model as well. So it's increased for accuracy, if you will. But for this, we're just using this scan because sometimes that's all you get supplied as well with various bits of work. So yeah, all right. So I'm just going to finish up around the eye, just very, very rough. We will increase the resolution of the mesh. This is another thing that we'll be going through. We're going to be building a base mesh, not an animation mesh, but a base mesh for us to work with. And then what will happen is that will transfer into a higher resolution mesh. And then also from that we'll reduce it so we have an animation mesh. And they're all going to be usable with each other in the end. And I know it sounds a bit strange because you're probably thinking, oh, but we've got so many different resolutions, how is this going to work? But there is a way for it all to work together, so which I'll show you as we go through this. But for now, we're just going to concentrate on certain areas so I can show you how things are going to work, and then in between each chapter I'll finish up areas so it doesn't bog you down, because like I said, this isn't for beginners, this is for more advanced users who hopefully will know what I'm doing, why I'm doing it and stuff. But I will explain stuff as I go anyway. Yeah, this is, like I say, this is for people that I hope know what they are sort of doing, have a good grounding. Okay, so that's kind of nice and tidy. So what we can do, let's come around. So also, I just want to touch on topology as well. As you can see here, I'm keeping it all very, very sort of quadded and cleaned and stuff like that. And, you know, over the years as I've learnt to do stuff, you do discover there are other ways to do things to make or to improve certain things. I mean, certain characters you can get away with quads and stuff like that all the time. It's not a problem. But in some cases, I won't tell you what, but I've worked on a project recently where we did have a character with really extreme proportions, and the base mesh that we used to create it wasn't enough. So what happened was the guy that was the modeler of that particular piece, who is absolutely incredible character modeler. I mean, he knows his anatomy inside out, stuff like that. But what he did, he took the sort of like the current in-house mesh and sort of rejigged lots of areas around the eyes and around the mouth and stuff, and also the ears, because of the extremity of this character, and got it to do what we needed it to do for the show that we were doing. And yeah, it was just incredible. So you will get cases where these things, you know, are an exception to the rule, if you will. Okay, so that's not too bad. Sort of there. So the other, as we haven't got an eyeball in here, we can just about make out the sort of shape there and the lower lid along there. I don't know if you can sort of see that differentiate just there. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take that up to there. I know this is a low res, I've already said, because it's purely for this tutorial, so we don't bog my system down while I'm recording. So I'm just going to make a couple of little wild guesses here as to where to place a couple of these polys. And as we get into the more nitty gritty, I will show you, you know, better ways to do things and stuff. So we're good. All right, let's just bring that in there. We can drop that down a little bit. I mean, again, this is a way of doing something. It's not the way, because there's so many ways, and like I just explained, there are exceptions to the rule in terms of models and stuff. So, but this is just a way to show you what we do in terms of getting stuff into a production pipeline, and yeah, some of the difficulties that it can actually bring. So here, what I'm doing is I'm creating these larger polys over the actual muscle of the brow here, and as you can see there, that's the lid there, but we will be putting that in because what we tend to do as well is we do have to have eyelids and stuff. We don't just model it over flat like this, and then just, you know, hope for the best that someone can create something from nothing. So you do have to be aware of certain things, and there's always a brief on the show. We will need this, or we will need that, or we won't need this, we won't need that. But we do try and put in as much as possible for riggers to make blend shapes or rig characters, so characters can look a bit more convincing on screen, stuff like that. So I'm just going to pop that in there like that, just to add a bit more res. Drop that in there, and then that, and move those around a little bit. Let's give them a bit more room. And there. Right, okay. So just going to spread these out. And for those of you who know your Maya but aren't overly familiar with the modeling toolkit or quad draw, I'm just pressing the shift key and just smoothing out some of the areas of the polys. I'm still learning stuff about the modeling toolkit because we don't use it all the time. And the thing with this stuff is that if you don't use it every single day with a piece of software like Maya, you won't remember unless you use it constantly, because it does have that effect where you could be using this one day and you'll be off in the menus in another day, and you could be off elsewhere for months on end doing the same thing over and over, because that's the nature of what Pipeline does. So for those of you who want to get into visual effects, sometimes you can just get stuck doing the one thing for a while. I mean, I've been on a show, from one week to the next. I've been on it for, let's say, 3 months, and then another show I've been on for a year. So you've got to be prepared to be a little bit sort of flexible in terms of your tool set, but also willing to learn, because there's always new stuff that's happening as well, and there's new tools always being developed in a studio anyway. We do have a lot of our own in-house tools, but we do rely on the base sort of set that Maya provides anyway. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave that area there for now. Okay, let's just make these a little bit tidier. So you can see from what I showed in the diagram earlier, that's the sort of like the first rough sort of output around the eye there. Probably could do with a little bit more of a bit of a tickle, but as far as a base goes for now, for me that's actually good enough to sort of carry on and then start working other stuff out. I mean, obviously we'll still have, let's get that down into there a bit more, I think, as well. So I'm going to leave that area of the eye for now. Let's just bring that in a little bit more. Okay, so what you'll find as well, hopefully, that you will be your own worst critic as well when it comes to your own work. But sometimes you've really just got to get on with it. You can't take too much time because there are deadlines and stuff as well that we have to adhere to in the production. We're not just sitting there all having a good time as much as we'd all like to. Okay, so what I'm going to do is leave the eye there like that for now. Then we're just going to move down to the mouth, and we're going to do something very similar. And then once that's done, we'll call it a day on this part. And then what I'll do in the next chapter is, which will probably be quite brief, we'll just go over a few other little pointers on how to connect up certain areas, but that'll be really, really quick. And then we'll move on to other areas of the character itself. So let's just crack on into here. So just looking at the upper lip. Oops, don't want that. Okay, so something like that. And then we can start to join these as well. One of the things that I noticed over the years, I mean, this differs from model to model, or modeler to modeler, in fact. When you do around the mouth, I mean, my own personal preference on this, from if I do one from scratch and not from the generic base mesh that we use, couple that I've used over the years, this has been like a triangle in this area, which isn't really ideal if you're opening the mouth quite wide. So what I tend to do is keep this area quadded, okay, because I find it's just easier in the long run when it comes to, if we're doing blend shapes and stuff like that, or, depending on what you're having to model. Okay, so just keep that quadded, and you haven't got to worry about stuff coming out from here because we've got the line in the lip and everything, because we can just split it like this. Okay, and that can sort of move around a little bit like so. And also the other thing, even though it may change just a little bit, I try and keep the polys of equal count, top and bottom. Even though sometimes it may change, because obviously you're putting in different edge loops around the nose as opposed to on the chin. But for the starter of this, I do try and look at it from that way. And also, I don't join up this area where the lips join, because obviously we're going to put in a mouth sock and the inner mouth really, and where all the teeth and everything go as well. So okay, so let's just move that down and that one there, so then we can do that and that. Whoops, a bit too quick there. Okay, and then one there. And there we go. So then it's just a case of tinkering with that. And you can adjust your tolerance on here as to how many pixels or what the ratio of this is to these joining up. You can adjust that as well, so it doesn't just snap, So you can adjust all that stuff, as you probably know, hopefully. Again, I don't use it very often because we have so much to cover when working. And let's do another loop there, so you can see the shape taking place, or taking form, sorry. Oh, that's good. Okay, so, and again, we'll just follow this all the way around. Or if you want to, you can mirror this across, but chances are you'll have to manipulate it a little bit in some cases, because the face isn't symmetrical exactly. So yeah, although what we do tend to do with our generic model is keep it symmetrical unless we're doing, an actual character itself from an actor's scan or something like that. So then you really have to follow the contours and everything, or the way that someone's face is created. So otherwise it's just not going to look like them if you're doing a takeover on screen. So that's okay. We've got here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 2, 3, 4. Okay. Just and again, just keeping it all nice. So what we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to there. Okay. 1, 2, 3. And then split that like we've done before, and then it's just a case of moving this around, just getting it all to fit nicely. And what we'll do, just grab all this there and there. Okay, so that essentially is that area done, just for now, just at a base level. Even though we'll probably up-res it again anyway, so our base mesh looks really good. A long time ago I would have built it really, really low before I'd even, well, for use actually. I would have built it very low using subdivision surfaces, stuff like that. But now with the the advancements in rendering and stuff like that and processor power, the polys are just going up and up and up with things. So it's one of those things where we're just not afraid to add too much unless the overhead on the render farm starts to cry, because there's certain things you can and you still can't do. There are limitations. One of the best stories I've heard. In fact, I think I was involved in part of it. Was we created a character and we spoke to the texture artist involved, the lead texture artist, and that artist told us to do our texture UDIMs a certain size, and we ended up with one character with 800 texture UDIMs. So what happened was it went onto the render farm, and the render farm just said no, because basically there were too many texture maps. So what you would have if you listed everything out, you would have had up to, sorry, what did I say? Did I say 800 or whatever it was texture maps, UDIMs? So you would have had something like 800 color maps, then you would have had 800 specular maps, 800 displacement maps, and so on. So you'd end up with over 1,000, nearly 2,000 maps just for one character. And sometimes some shows don't even have, that many textures at all, just on one show. So this was for one character. So you can see where things can get a bit extreme. Even with the amount of power that we sort of tend to have at our sort of disposal in the industry. So you still have overheads that you have to watch out for. Okay, so I think that's looking quite tidy for now as a base for this sort of particular part. So we're going to leave it there. We're going to come back in the next episode and we're going to start joining this up. So, and then we'll have a look at the muscle group diagram that we had open in the first place, and hopefully we'll have something that resembles that, and you'll understand what I'm sort of getting at for that. And also we'll start to sort of block in around the nose for this area, and yeah, that should be it. I think that should be pretty straightforward for that. And then we'll sort of move on to things like the hands and also the feet as well, because of the digits and stuff that we've got to make for those. So you can usually make one that will duplicate across with a bit of manipulation and a bit of tweaking and stuff, should be okay. But yeah, that's a good start, I think. It's nice and clean. And then obviously there's the ear as well, which is always fun to do. But like I say, once you've got this character built, you can just refer to it every time that you want to build a character and just move it around to your heart's content. So these things only really tend to get built once, and then we'll use them over and over and over and over. And then as the advancements go on, the character will advance a bit more, so someone will end up rebuilding it sort of once every 2 or 3 years or whatever. Yeah, so we'll go from there anyway. So we'll leave that there, and we shall see you in part 2. Welcome to part 2. So we're just going to be carrying on from where we left off with our face muscles around the eye, as you can see that we've done. Let's just move this over slightly. So you can see we've done the eye group and the mouth group. What we'll be doing in this part is now just sort of joining this stuff up and then creating something that resembles the muscles above the forehead, or keeping the edge flow going in this sort of direction. So down and across here, and then down for under the chin. And we're going to be starting also the area just to come up around the nose. So let's crack on with that now. I'm just going to minimize that. So what we need to do is, what we're going to do as well is we're just going to move some of these about just to give us a bit more room, because the polys are quite big at the moment. That's down to my sort of modeling at a base level. So what we're going to do, because we need to add in more geometry anyway, but we need to be sensible about it, because obviously later on this will get a subdivision. We won't be, because obviously when you do stuff like this, you're going to be adding more detail anyway. So let's do that like that for now. So we're going to mirror this area like it was on the diagram just now. So if we just pop that in there for a minute, I'll just pull that diagram back up. Okay. What we will do as well, we're just gonna narrow these a little bit more. Okay, like so, just to get a bit of room for us to do a bit more. Okay, so let's go back to this. So you can see what I'm getting at with the way this all works and stuff. And then that's generally the rule of thumb that it's been for a few years, but I don't think many people are aware of that. So it's just the way of doing it to make your face shapes a bit more convincing. And if you're not using muscle systems and stuff like that underneath the skin, it's going to be even easier if you understand what's actually going on in that respect. And hopefully you can then do blend shapes to deform very similar to what a real face would do. But this is just to give you an idea of what goes on behind the scenes, really, just to show you. And those of you that want to get into film or TV and do character stuff, hopefully this is sort of give you a general guide as to what to expect as well. And hopefully, you can apply it to your own projects as well, if you have a show reel that you want to do and stuff like that as well. But again, this is only for those of you with a good working knowledge of Maya and possibly an intimate knowledge of, even more so than myself, of characters and stuff. But what I'm showing you is a way of how it can be done. It's not the way, it's just a way. So okay, what we're going to do is just bring our geometry in around the nose now. Okay, I'll just pop that up there. There we go. So that should all be nice. And again, just keep an eye on your geometry as well. Keep it tidy as you go, because it will help you in the long run. Obviously, there will be exceptions to every rule where geometry might need to do a certain thing or whatever. It's like what I was saying before in the previous chapter. Some characters are so extreme. They need their own specific areas built for a mesh, so you may not always use the more generic character model to create another character from. So just those little things to look out for. Okay, so let's take that one there, and there. And again, just give ourselves a bit more room, even though we're probably going to subdivide some of this stuff anyway. Well, we will, not might be, we will be. Okay, and that one, and that one. Okay, and then let's just bring this up here. There we go. And again, I've kept all the polys big from my sort of experience of creating stuff on a base mesh at very, very low resolution topology. But this one, we're going to try and be a bit more get in there kind of thing, and add more resolution so we get a bit more detail from the off. And saying that, I think you'd be surprised at how dense some of the base meshes can be for certain models and stuff. I mean, obviously, if you're doing an animation mesh, it's going to be as light as possible, so you're not going to have all the trimmings and stuff on it. But a base topology mesh will have a fair bit of detail in it, I can tell you. But compared to a render mesh, it's still pretty much nothing, because a render mesh can be really, really dense. So yeah. So, but for now, what we're concentrating on is the base topology. It's a strange thing, the topology mesh, because it's somewhere between a render mesh and an animation mesh. It's probably more geared towards render, because you could probably use this as a very, you could almost use it as a character in its own right, but have kept at a distance from camera and stuff. So it's got its advantages of doing it like this as well. So as I said before in the previous chapter, I'm not going to show you everything, because I'm hoping that those of you that are looking at this tutorial have a good working knowledge, or a more intimate knowledge, as opposed to a beginner. So I won't be explaining every tool. The only tool that I will say that I do use still from the classic Maya is the split polygon tool. And a lot of people prefer the interactive split tool, or whatever it is. I can't even remember the name of it. I've not used it. But I always use the split polygon tool because it's just more robust. And you can just type split polygon tool down in the shelf, the mail command shelf down there, the command line rather, and it will give you that tool, because it still sits there in the Maya API. So you should be able to grab that if you prefer to use that, as opposed to the interactive split tool, which many of my colleagues still cuss to this day, because it never works properly ever. So yeah, it's just one of those things. Some people like it, but most of the people that I work with, they don't hold it in high regard at all. So that's just something for you to pick up there. But other than that, I won't be explaining anything else really. I'm just hoping that you know what you're doing. So, all right, let's just move these around a little bit. I've just added another edge loop in there. Or sorry, some verts and stuff. Not an edge loop, it's just more of a cut really. So I've just added that in there, just to add a bit more detail for us to deal with. Okay, and we'll just bring that down ever so slightly. And then there, and there. So one of the problems as well when it comes to building faces and stuff, it's a very opinionated area as to what the topology should be doing and stuff like that. And I can only say that in some cases you will get like a pole area, what we call five-pointed, five-sided pole or something like that, like this area here. And people have issues with that, and for whatever reason they think it interferes with deformation and stuff like that. Well, 9 times out of 10 those people aren't doing facial animation anyway. It's just one of those things I think people tend to use as an excuse to tell you that you're doing a great job on that, but they don't like it because they can't do it. So things like that I really wouldn't worry about, because you're going to get those points of deformation, and you're going to get geometry doing some strange stuff. If it's absolutely necessary, you can avoid them. But I think you'll find for the most part that a lot of places can get around it. It's not the be all and end all. So, it's not like this area is super deforming anyway, because there's a cheekbone there. There's a muscle under there that's going to move up and down. But there is actually a bone there. So, the bone doesn't deform. It's just a muscle sliding over the top of it. So, and if your geometry is clean, you ain't got to worry about it. So if you want to put in this type of geometry, be sensible about it. And just think of its placement. But apart from not having that as a 5-sided pole or whatever they want to call it, don't worry about it. Because if it is a real big issue, then it will get pointed out, and it can be dealt with. But for the most part, it's all good. Okay, so I'm not going to do any more past there for this part, because this is one of those areas that I'm going to fill in during the chapters and stuff, because you don't need to see me put in every single polygon. If I feel it's relevant, then I'll pop it in there and let you know about it, but it's really not at the moment. So I'm going to call it a day there for those parts, because what I want to do is get the rest of this chin put in and then just finish off round here, and then in the next chapter we'll have a look at the ear, or make a whole chapter of the about that, because it can be a difficult area to go through, even for most experienced people. Can have trouble with geometry, trying to get it to look clean, or so it works well, or it just looks good. That's the thing as well. It's got to look right. So let's just move these over, centralize these a bit. What we'll do as well, if you've noticed, I've not done the other side for the eye. What I'll do is grab this, copy those polys, and flip them across as well, because we don't need to keep redoing geo every time. I only did it around the mouth just as a matter of course. I could have done the one half and then flipped it, but because this is most people their faces are asymmetrical. We can copy these polys, flip them across, mirror it, or whatever you want to call it, and then just maneuver it all about so it all fits, because nobody is symmetrical at the end of the day anyway. That just makes it easier if you're modeling from scratch and stuff without a scan or certain reference. And if you're not too sure about people being symmetrical or asymmetrical, a good example is Harrison Ford's face. If you mirror his face in Photoshop or something, it's just bizarre. It's like he's got one side happy and one side is sad. But yeah, have a look at that and you'll see exactly what I mean. Okay, so just going to come under here to the underside of the chin and just take stuff just to about here. And what we're going to do is just cut that through there. And that's nearly done. There we go. That's all we need to do there. And just balance that out a bit more. Okay. Now the nose itself, it can be a little bit tricky as well. So yeah, it's just one of those things that you do have to look at. What we'll do is this for now. I may revisit this a bit later. Let's just get in there. That's another thing with the quad draw. Sometimes it does snap when you don't want it to. So if you do that there, and then we can use that as a center area for there for now. Okay, and then pop that in there, and that like that. That's good enough. And then so I'm adding the extra geometry there just so we can keep the shape, because obviously those parts of the nose on the underside of the nostril are rounded as well. They're not just flat areas, they are rounded. And we shall make this look half decent. Okay, something like that. And then we can start to, this may need a tweak, but I think what we can do is add some geo there. So don't be afraid to add it if you feel it's necessary, because there we go. See, that makes more sense to me now. And again, you can just feel free to edit as you go. Not every mesh is set in stone until the very end, until it's ready to go. I may still just get rid of that one and do this, and then put that through there, and then that like that, just so we've got a bit more roundness and geometry to play with. So it's just a case of knowing, where to put things, so this can now, we started off with a fairly low block out there, as you noticed, you may have noticed rather, and now we've ended up with, in a matter of seconds, a lot better looking geometry, just from those couple of cuts, and the same through here as well. So now what we can do is smooth that out. And just give ourselves, it's just giving yourself room to play with stuff, looking at it. The great thing with it modeling like this is it's like it's got a free-form kind of flow to it, even though you've got something to aim for. Getting that geometry to look really good and pleasing as well is another thing. Because I think at the end of the day, most of us modelers are a bit sort of sickly like that. We like to have a good looking mesh as well. So, but yeah, so there you go. So what I'm going to do is just place some more polys at the middle here. Okay, just keeping the block out, as always, low, because I know exactly what we're going to do. So I'm going to pop another one in there, another one in there, smooth those out. Okay, like that. And at the end of the day as well, you may end up, deleting some of these. You might think, it needs a bit more of this, or it needs a bit more of that, or it needs less to balance it out. So there you go, like so. So what may happen when we do this, when we flip it over, is this particular set of edges up there, they may go. And then I might have to just modify underneath that. I don't know yet. I'll have to see it when it comes to it. So it's just one of those small modifications that we just tend to do. Yeah, that's modeling. That's how it is. Nothing's set in stone until until really you're happy with it, and everybody else is happy with it. It's especially in a product, and I'm talking in production terms there, not everyone else around you or your family. Okay, so what I'm going to do is leave that there for now, and I think that's a good place to stop this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill in the rest of the head, bar the ear and obviously the eye, and I'm going to flip that over, and hopefully we'll come back to part 3, and we'll start looking at the ear. Well, we will look at the ear. We'll do a whole chapter of that, and that should be good to go. So, like I say, I'll fill in all the rest of the head. I'll get rid of all this sort of line, if you will, where the hair cap is on, and I'll probably have something that's sort of come down to about the neck area there, like so. So yeah, hopefully that's been informative for you, and you've seen how I myself personally go around, just grabbing the mesh, cutting it, without even, without worrying about too much. But at the end of the day, it's all clean. Still needs a few tweaks here and there, just looking at it, but it's nothing drastic and nothing that we can't deal with. So there you go. So I shall see you ready for the ear in part 3. So cheers for now. Okay, so welcome to part 3. Before we head off and get on with the ear, as you can see, I've gone round and topologized the majority of the head. The other thing that you will notice, let's just call up the outliner and I'll just hide the geometry at the moment. What I've done is created a kind of a blend shape to remove the plastic cap that was present in the scan itself, that was obviously covering his hair. So what I've done is I've allowed for I've sort of taken the volume back of that a little bit, back sort of more towards a bald head. It's just off of a sort of a bit of a guess really with some of it, because of the way that his head has got a strange angle on it anyway. But what I've done, I've allowed for about an inch down and taken away from the cap and the breadth of the hair as well, and sort of gone around and cleaned it all up. The other thing I have done as well, I took the liberty of actually sculpting a little bit more definition into the ear, because the mesh isn't great anyway on the scan, but I've given us a bit more definition, and this will be available to you in the download files and stuff like that. So yeah, you can see I've just added some definition to that as opposed to the other side, which is a little bit sort of thin and pathetic, really. When the ears are scanned, you always get this sort of bit of funk between the skull and the ear. You don't always get that sort of gap that's quite prominent there towards the top, even though this part of the ear does blend into the side of the skull. This between the back of the ear and the skull itself, or the side of the skull, sometimes you get this strangeness occur, where the scanners sort of like melded together. Usually it's worse if there's hair there, because sometimes hair can it all just gets mixed up, and hair doesn't scan very well at all. So we've been fairly lucky with the fact that this guy has got, the hair cap, or the swimming cap on to keep his hair out of place, out of the way of the scan. But anyway, I've taken the liberty of going in and just sort of adjusting, customizing the ear a little bit, just so we've got something a bit more to deal with. So we're going to deal with this in this particular chapter today anyway. So once that's built, we can adjust all these things in between the ear and the side of the head and stuff as well. And if we just go back to this, oops. So if we go back to that, and that's all good. Make that live, and let's go back to this, and back to our topology. Okay. Okay, there's quad draw there. That's it. Right, okay. So yeah, so what we'll do, we'll adjust it accordingly after the fact that we've built this ear. Ears are usually quite tricky to do because of the intricate sort of shapes that you get on the inner helix and stuff like that that goes around and in and all sorts. But we'll do that. We'll do the main part of the ear, and then with the scan deselected, we can then adjust and tune those parts there, and then hopefully what I'll do is mirror this across in between the next chapter. I'm assuming everyone knows how to mirror a piece of geometry over if you're doing this type of work anyway, and then I'll just adjust it so we get the asymmetrical look on the face on this side, and then just adjust the ears, and then we'll be ready to go and jump onto something like the hands and stuff, or the feet, in the next ongoing chapters. So we'll get those sort of more intricate pieces done, and then we can concentrate on things like the body and then down the legs and stuff, and then that pretty much will sort of go over the main sort of how to place your geometry on a digidouble, and then we can move on to the next stages of subdividing it twice for the render model, and then we can look at, once everything's got some UVs and stuff on it as well, we can look at then creating an animation model. And then we can go about showing how to create a character from this mesh and then project that mesh through to the other, sort of like the render mesh or the animation mesh as well. So it's a little bit in depth, but I'll try and keep it as simple as possible. Yeah, so we'll get there anyway. So anyway, onwards, let's get on with the ear. So what I might actually do is, no, actually I won't. I was going to deselect the main head, but I won't. But I'll just carry on from here. We'll go on the outside. In terms of building the ear, sometimes you may have to go in and do some manual work. Sometimes these things can't be done, using the retopology tool because of the intricate shapes, and sometimes the tool doesn't behave itself, as you've seen even on some of the larger areas that I've been doing, sometimes the tool just doesn't behave. So what I'm going to try and do is try and get this as clean as possible between the ear and the outside of the head by using the same sort of geometry to join it all up. And then once everything's got a subdivision level to it, which will be a bit later on anyway, we should be able to, you can go back in and tune it, basically. Your render model is the model that, basically you render from, which is obvious. But I have mentioned that you can use this sort of base level mesh as well to render a model from, just depending on your shot, because again, like I mentioned before, overheads on a shot are always important. You don't want the biggest textures, you don't want the densest mesh, and so on. So you got to see what you can get away with, which is exactly how the film industry works. If you can get away with something not being super detailed, or if you can get away with a background painting as opposed to a 3D model, it can be done. I think one of the prime examples of visual effects at the moment, one of the finest examples, are the Disney series of The Mandalorian. I mean, they're using every known technique to make that series, and it's not failing on any level. It's outclassing visual effects being done in the industry. In some respects, it doesn't all look fantastic, but they're doing it, and because it works, and you don't care because you care about the story and everything else. So just those little things to bear in mind. So just doing this part. This part of the year is the difficult bit. So this is why I'm doing the outside first so we can join up, with these pieces. So I'm just making sure I'm using the right amount of geometry. And what I'll do is join up every other one or so, just so I make sure that we're doing all right. Okay. It's just to keep it all balanced. There's a lot of tweaking that still goes on along the way, but for the most part, we'll try and keep it as pain-free as possible. And also, if you do manage to get hold of a scan of a figure or a person or whatever it is that you're making, do try and get some reference photos as well to help you out. Let's just do that there and help that, because that's going to help us when we come to adjust it manually. Okay, like so just going to keep it going all the way down and round. And the other thing is as well, when we've done the render model, you can, at the end of the day, you can, to your heart's content, you can go away and sculpt it and do what you want with it. And then using the techniques that hopefully you'll be able to pick up on this, you'll be able to make the shapes and things that you do on that project across to the lower res meshes as well. So it all sort of coincides with each other. So we'll get there. Once we get there, it's an interesting way of working, and not necessarily using blend shapes either. I mean, there will be blend shape work to do, but for the most part, with the way this is working, we won't be using that many. Okay, so that there, and then that one there. So you can see what I'm doing, just trying to make sure that everything's going to work. We may have to give it a bit of a tickle just to make sure it all works properly. Because when we come around to here, this is a different kettle of fish altogether when we come to this part. So I think there's going to be a lot of swirling and turning and things. So but for the most part, it's looking pretty good. It's a good start. And you know, with things like this, always, you know, we're using the scan as a template. But like I say, if you do have someone you want to make in mind, do, if it's a friend even, you know, get plenty of reference images of that person as well, because you know, it helps heaps with the final result, and you know, you can't go wrong really. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to come up to that one, do that one. So that's all good to there. So we're safe all the way around here now. So what I'll do is I'll start to fill in these gaps. And again, I'm not concerned about the positioning between the side of the ear and the side of the head, because we'll do that all after, when we're happy with the base mesh itself. We can go in and tweak all that. So I'm really not concerned at this stage. It's just too early. But the thing is to keep the mesh as clean as possible. Okay, so we've done all right so far. There we go. And then these parts can, you know, come out a little bit, fan them out, give them a bit of breathing space to work with as well, which is always useful. So just make those all tidy for yourself. Okay, all good. Right, so this is the fun bit. So I'm going to, no, I'm not. Okay, so so that area there might need to have this. That's like the little flap on the side of your ear there. So that's going to be one of those areas where we'll have to adjust manually. I'll put the geometry into place there, so that's where, this is where the hole in your ear will be, or the canal to the inner ear will be. So we will leave that as is for the moment, and then this area here, like so. Okay. And again, you know, if you really want to get into the anatomy of stuff, you know, even at this point, you know, please do feel free. I mean, like I say, I'm just using the scan as a template to get the model, the base model built, and then later on, again, I will be tweaking this mesh. Okay, let's move that into there. I don't want to create too many spiral sort of loops. Okay, let's move that there. Oh, that's pretty good. And that's all good. Okay, so rocking around. And again, once we get a subdivision level on this, we will be able to, like I say, keep adjusting the. So you can see there, it's doing some really strange stuff that we can't really. It's just the way the mesh does its thing. which is this is always a bit of a pain when it does this, because it can cause the model to not fit exact. But as I said, we'll get around that a bit later on. And I think also that there's display issues as well in Maya. So yeah, depending on what version you've got, sometimes it's good to just switch back to the legacy viewport as opposed to viewport 2, because I think viewport 2 still has issues. So yeah, you need to adjust that. You can see where it isn't quite sitting, but we'll make it work. It's only computer graphics at the end of the day, so okay, right, so that's looking pretty good. And then here and here, going to come round as well. Let's just figure this out. It's sometimes a bit of a jigsaw puzzle, which is always fun. There and there. Oops. So these areas in here, we will, once we get our subdivision in there, it'll give us more geometry to sculpt even more so. But for now, we're all good. And that one there, it's going to give us a bit of, let's take that out for a minute. Let's put that in there like so. No, wrong one. Let's just add a bit more roundness to the outside of that, so that makes more sense. Okay. Okay, that's that bit there, and then what we can do is just move these pieces up. Like so, just to balance them out a little bit. Just soften that a bit. Okay, that's good. So excuse me for the silence while I figure it out. It's all going on in my head while I put all these polys into position and stuff. Okay, so what we're going to do now, that one can have one there, and then we can actually, oops, that's now going to go inside in there. What we'll do, we'll manually extrude that for the ear canal, so that will still have four sides. So as you can see, it does get a little bit tricky in here. But you just got to keep at it. And that's that there. And that will push into there like so, and we'll bring that out a little bit more there. Okay. That one just there. Just bring that up. Okay, right. Right, so this is where it starts to get a bit tricky. Just inside here, and we can place. Let's have a look, see what we've got. So was that last piece of the puzzle? Let's see where we go from there. One there. Oops. There we go. This is where it's going to get fun. Oops. Okay, let's just add that there. Okay, one there. Okay, right, one there. Nope. One there, one there, one there, one there. That's fine. This is what I was saying. It does take a little bit to just try and worm its way around. It's just a lot of backwards and forwards. What I might do, let's have a look, see where we're at there. Let's see if we can put in, let's get rid of that, and that for the moment. Okay, and that one. I think those are the problem ones. That one there, there. Okay, right. So then, actually, let's do those that way. It's better. And then, hopefully, I should be able to. And always that around there, which is good, which is because that's what I was looking at. We've got plenty of room to go around the back there. So I can now tidy that up a bit better. It's just one edge loop as always. Okay, right, one there, one there, and one there. There, there, and there. Okay. So it's all four sides. We don't really need to worry too much. We could get rid of that, actually. There. Or we could get rid of that there. It's four-sided. It's not deforming in any sort of special way. So that's good. I'm actually happy with that. It's just a little bit of tweaking to do. So that's pretty much the base for an ear. Like I said, we've got some manual work to do, those two areas there. In fact, we could still tweak this even more so. But let's have a look at that when we get there. This is the piece that's going to blend in a bit more. Okay, that's all good. And then it's just a case of moving these around, giving them a bit more room to breathe. And then just bring those down. Just a bit of manual work here for a second. And then we could just smooth those out. Like so. Hit B just to give us a wider fall off. There we go. Oops, don't need to worry about that here, they're just there for now. And then, okay, like so. So that's pretty good. So what we'll do is now turn off the make live surface. We're going to hide the scan. So we can have a quick look at what we've got. So that's pretty much our base for that area. So now's the sort of time to start to, before we get too in depth with heavier meshes and stuff like that. Now's the time to start tweaking and things, and check in reference if you have any of how you want the ears to go. In particular, I'm just going to turn the soft selection off. So let's get something on this done. So just going to grab these. Whoops, I only want the one. So you can see that it will look a lot better once you've done this bit to it. And it's just one of those things that just tends to happen with a scan. Don't have to take this all the way back flat towards the back. So there's a little bit of detail that does go on behind the back of the ear, but we're not doing that for this exercise. But if you do happen to want your character to have more definition in these areas, then by all means do that. But don't get bogged down with stuff that you really aren't going to see at the end of the day. It's like I said, you'd be surprised what you can get away with and what you can't. Right, so just gonna help out with the lobe on this bit. Just gonna give it a bit more shape and stuff. And around here as well. And just in that. So again, all these things are just for the base mesh, the topology mesh, which we will subdivide once, and then once we get all our UVs and everything sorted for it as well, then that'll all be good. Just give that a little bit of a nudge there. And that one as well. And also sometimes if you look at people's ears, sometimes people have lobes that sort of generally do this and blend into the side of the head here. I think one of the most prominent people that I know of that has that is Natalie Portman. If you look at the side of her ear, excuse me, the lobe looks like it blends into the side of her head. I mean, it doesn't look strange, but it's just, some people have heavy lobes, some people have blended lobes, so it's just one of those things. It's what you want your character to do or who you're copying. So it's just one of those things you've got to keep an eye on. Okay, so I'm just going to bring these up a little bit more, just give them a bit more meat. Just bring that over. So like I say, there's always manual work to do. You can't get away with not doing this sort of work. Because we've still got the eyes and stuff to take care of, which I won't do in this particular chapter, but I will make a start on them between chapters and stuff, and then I will explain what I've done in that area. But I don't want to go too in depth on sort of the anatomy side of stuff in terms of creating a character. But this is more about the topology and setting it up and things like that. So, okay, so for now that's okay. And then what we wanted to do was give ourselves an ear canal. So let's just take these guys here. And what we're going to do, we're going to extrude those in. Like so. Okay. That's pretty much it for that. We can convert that to verts. We can relax that a little bit, I think, and just smooth those verts out, average them a little bit. So it's under mesh, average verts. So just do that a little bit. And I think what we can do is probably the same there, just to smooth those pieces in. Very useful to do this when you can. Don't obviously do it too much if it makes it veer off course in terms of what you're trying to model, but it is very, very useful to get rid of sharp edges, at a touch of a button, without actually adding smooth geometry and subdivision geometry to the mesh. So it's just one of those things. And the other little thing, what I'm going to do is just create an extra little bit of skin on that area there. Okay, just to give us a little bit more detail there. And then what we can do is select the edge and just bring it back in a bit. Okay, like so. And then just pull it out a little bit, just to give it a bit of shape. Just thin it out a bit. And what we can do is just push that area there. And that one there as well. Okay. Like so. So it all blends in nicely. And the other thing as well is if you have you want to add depth and things like that, don't be shy in extruding places or extruding parts out, because you might want to add a bit more thickness to this, but without subdividing the whole mesh or anything. You can always just grab faces, like this. You might think, oh, we want a bit more depth on this part here, for example. So you could extrude that out like so, scale it back, Yeah, like that. And then just, you know, get the geometry and make it a bit, make it flush against itself, just so it blends, and then, smooth it out in that respect. So there's all these little tips and tricks that you can do just to, increase the geometry, but without increasing geometry to the whole mesh. So you keep it kind of localized. So, then you can smooth all that back like so. But I don't want that. Not for this anyway. Not for the moment. Okay, so I'm happy with that as the way it stands. So what we will do, as this is nearly done, we will call it a day. So what I'll do for the next chapter, I'll finish off refining this ear, tidying it up a bit more, because I think it's a bit pointless showing you how to pull a vertex around. So I'll refine that, and then I shall have a look at the eyes. We'll start looking at the eyes and just finish off things like the inner nose, and we'll add a sock to the mouth as well in the next chapter. So the next chapter is going to be a bit more in depth, not overly in depth, but to the point where I'll show you where we'll need to add geometry for the inner fold and the lid of the eye. So if you do need to create a blink, you're not just relying on this upper surface here. You've got that fold that goes in when your lid opens up and stuff, where the skin, it retracts, so to speak. So there's those little things to do. I'm going to set up the eyelid itself in the meantime. It's just going to be a process of adding some extra geometry, and then it's just a process of grabbing what we will then have and then pushing that back. And again, we'll make scene files available to you, so you can have a tinker with them yourself, or have a look and see what I've done, just for reference purposes, for your own sort of peace of mind on how to go about that. But yeah, I'll set those up, and yeah, we'll go from there. So yeah, we'll see you in the next chapter. Okay, so welcome back. So just moving on from the last chapter that we've done, what I've done to the scan, because we're moving on to the eye area, I've just kind of gone back into ZBrush, and just where we've had reference before, in where the loops are for the eyelid, I've just pushed those back a bit, just so we've got a bit more definition there, and also the same around the actual eyeball itself. So you can see we've got that level of thickness going back into toward the eyeball. So with that done, and as promised as well, let's just show this and hide our scan for a moment. So I've gone in and just adjusted the area very slightly just to match up with that. And so we've now got some lining up of the edge loop done with just the geometry that we've had for that. And also I've just extruded up the nose a little bit more as well, so that's almost done. So we'll just cap that out of the way. And also what we'll do is start to add the sock to the inside of the mouth. Okay, so if we just quickly go back to the scan, so you can see here with what I've done, and you can see the thickness there. Actually, let's make this live so we get a better idea of what we're looking at. And then just grab that, and let's go to our modeling toolkit and quad draw. So you can see, you can just about manage to see through that geometry there, around there, and you can see the line that we sort of have adhered to give us an idea where our crease is going to go for the eyelid itself. So what we're going to do first is add in some extra geometry, and we're going to place in about 2 or 3 for the moment. So that you can see there where that's popped on the outer and lower brow in itself there, and we'll do the same there as well. So it's going to need a little bit of tweaking, because obviously it's popped out of place just slightly here. Okay, and what that means is the piece of geometry that we do want to take back, which is this loop here, is we're going to have to do that manually because we can't do it while the mesh is live. So it's a little, what we've got to do now is a little bit of cleanup. And what I'll do as well is just add in another loop just before it. So this is the third loop, as I said. Whoops, let's just do that there for now, okay? And that's our sort of starting position of where we need to run this geometry back, because we need that geometry in order to give us enough to play around with if you were to create a blink over the eyeball, because the eyeball, don't forget, is round or an oval type of shape, and the lid slides over and around it. If you ever look on Google at some reference for eyeballs or eyelids closing, there's some really good stuff, some good GIFs to have a look at. So with that said, we're going to make that not live, and we're going to hide the scan. Okay. So what we will do is just show our wireframe so you can see what's going on here now. So what we need to do is grab this edge loop here, not all of it like has been selected, but what we're going to have to do is give it a slight fall off. And what I'm going to do is just end it there just for now. See, all of this needs to be fixed because of what's happened there. So let's see what we can get just by grabbing that and running that inwards. So that's not too bad, it's not great, but we will need to again fix it. Just bring it forward a little bit. If you look at some reference on how this works, that would be really useful as well, because we do need to get it to be exact. I'm just showing you how to set it up. That's the whole idea of this. But if you want to go and be absolutely critical, spot on with it, then you are going to need to have some reference to refer to, so you get it just right. And then we need to push this all back as well, just so we get that curve on it. We will add more geometry to it later, but for the moment this is more than enough. And what I will do very shortly is to fix that. I'm going to pause the video because you don't need to see me fixing every single vertex. So I'm going to pause very shortly once we just sort of got this into the right position and a bit more sort of cleaner. As you can see, it's a bit skew in areas. Okay, like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the video for now and then go in and fix this, and then I'll be straight back. So I will be back very shortly. Okay, so that's done. So what I'm going to do is now show you what it looks like on the inside. So there we go, you can see there. It may look a bit strange, but that's actually what you need it to do. Might need a little bit of tweaking still. And also what I would do as well, which is what I have done a sort of a temporary eyeball shape there as well, and sort of giving it a little bit of room for it to sort of move about in there. And do check out the measurements for eyeballs as well. I think they sort of, an adult eyeball, I think sort of size varies between 21mm and 27mm, something like that. But also do look at eye reference, because stuff like this, an eyeball isn't exactly perfectly round in either profile or front and side views. sometimes they are actually sort of that shape, but the iris and pupil are still round. So those are things that you will have to look out for if you are going down the route of creating the best possible eyeball as possible. Do check your anatomy references for those. But I've placed those in there for now, just for the matter of sort of getting a decent shape, because our scan isn't brilliant. So I'm just going to hide that. So let's have a look at this in smooth mode. So there we go there. You can see what I've done. I've lowered this down a bit. This could probably do still a little bit more of a tweak, but you get the idea of what is going on there. And it does need a little bit more sort of work. Let's just put that back to world. Okay, so it does need a small bit of work there, which we can do between this and the next chapter. But again, it's pretty much there, and it's pretty much what you will need to do this type of work. So also, what we need to do is we're going to add in one more edge loop just in there. You will find you will get some bunching up in areas like this. You can go around and of course trim that out and then make sure things are working for you. Having spoken to several people who do this more often than myself, you do find that they do like a lot of, well, I say a lot, they do like a fair bit of geometry around these areas to play with, especially when doing blend shapes and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is just grab those, and we're just going to slide those around a little bit. So down to there, just a little bit more there, just a bit more room. Actually, let's deselect that. So again, this is all those sorts of tweaks that you need to sort of look at in order to make it work a bit better. As I said, I'm not here to push around every single vertex just to show you how to do that, but you get the idea of trying to keep it tidy and stable. The loops around here aren't as important as they are around sort of towards the upper and lower eyelids. And then once we've subdivided everything, you will have more to play with anyway. And that will then, if we just re-highlight the topology of the eyeball, that will then enable that to slide over that, depending on how it's rigged, and not just slide up and down like a trapdoor. Okay, so let's just hide that. So now what we want to do is we're going to add a bit of thickness to this now. Oh, and just one more thing before I do have a look at the edge of the eye anatomy or around the lids and stuff coming off the brow, because it will differ from male and female. Male, the human male tends to have a more heavy set brow, and the skin towards the outer of the upper eyelid and brow area tends to sort of come down a bit more and come out. I mean, I've done this from my own personal knowledge. So you do get like a little fold that comes along in there. But again, we're not here to do every single fold and nook and cranny. This is about setting the geometry up, what sort of geometry you're going to be looking at, but to create a digidouble. But if you want to, afterwards go further and enhance the model itself by adding everything really, and completely perfectly as to how it should be, then by all means go for it. But as I keep saying, these scenes are going to be available for you to look at and tinker around with and get ideas for your own work. But the more accurate you want to go, obviously the more reference material you will need in order to push it. Okay, so that said, let's add some thickness in here. So I'm just going to extrude this out, sorry, inwards, like so. And I'm just going to show this, the eyeball. So you can see how that now sort of envelopes the sort of the edge of the eye. I mean, you might need to still fix these areas here. We might need to push those bits back, which I think we do need to do. So you might need to just give them a bit of a nudge, a bit of a tidy up. But we'll do that again. I'm not doing everything in camera because it's like teaching people how to suck eggs. It's pretty obvious what needs to be done there. And again, it does emphasize the shape of the eyeball inside. It's not just round. It's not perfectly round in any way or form. So let's get out of the smooth. Right, and we're just going to hide this a moment. And again, I'm going to hit the edge on that, and I'm going to add an edge loop just on the edge of there. Okay, and then we're going to grab this, and what we're going to do now is extrude up and down, like so. So we do this effect. Now, one thing to keep in mind is to watch out where the eyelid is going to sit as well. So there's all these little things that you will have to worry about in order to make everything work. And the idea of this is to, again, it's going to envelope or encompass the eyeball itself. So let's just so what we're doing in essence here is creating like a little, well, basically an eye socket, if you will, for the eyeball to sit in. So I'm just going to move that and enlarge that like so, and we'll flatten that a little bit so you can see what it's doing there. And again, this will be something that that will need to be tweaked to encompass the eyeball as best possible as well. And basically, this is down to be done to allow for light to not sort of shine through the back of the eyeball and affect any shaders that way, which is for the most part most models that are built for production are built in a way where there's no light leaks allowed. So something like this will have a thickness on it and so on. So it's all these little things you have to take into account. You don't necessarily have to add loads and loads of geometry, but it's things like areas that would have holes in like this that you would tweak and fix up, and so the lighting and rendering department can do their job properly and not worry about light leaks and shaders giving off the wrong values in order to create realistic looking materials like something like an eye. So you want that to look as real as possible in a digital character. So it's just all these little things to bear in mind as well. So what I'm going to do is going to cap that off. I'm not sure if we're going to get an equal amount of polys on that. I'm just going to hide the eyeball and come back round. And using the split poly tool, I'm just going to join a few things up. In fact, what I will do is display the object details. Okay, and then so the continuous loop is not working. So I'm just going to quickly select those manually. This is down to the fact usually because we have a strange shaped poly in there. So let's go to display. Got the wrong one up. Object details. What I want is, where is it? Poly count. There we go. So I've got 21 edges. So we shall see how we go. And again, got a bit of an odd number there, which is not a problem. But what I'm going to do is just run that from there through there. When it goes, come on. And now I can do it, hopefully. Nope. Okay, it's going to be a bit temperamental. Okay, so I'll just run that to there. And then what I'll do is add an extra loop in there that's not going to hurt. It'll just go through where the lacrimal sits, or the tear duct, as most people know it, which is fine because that can then give us a little bit of extra geometry anyway, to give that a bit more shape. So that's worked out quite well. It's just a happy accident, really. So I'm happy with that. So what we can do is actually grab that one, and then let's have a look, see what that joins up. That joins up in there. And let's deselect that through to that area. And just slide that down just to give us a bit more room. And this one here as well. Let's just make sure we've got what we need. And then just round that off ever so slightly. Same with this one. Again, there's all sorts of little bits and pieces that you'll need to tweak as you go. You know, I'm seeing things as I'm doing this all the time, and it's just the nature of the beast with modeling. So, but as I keep saying and repeating, I won't be showing you how to move an edge or move a polygon or a vertice in this tutorial, as I'm sure most of you are fully capable of doing just that. The only thing that I am spotting at the moment is these little things here like this. So what we'll need to do is grab those, and these things are going to happen as when we do things like this. So you know, you will need to go around and check your mesh, see how tidy it is, and go from there, really. Which is what I'll do with that particular area. You know, you can see there's some slight intersection going on just up there. And again, it's all part and parcel of modeling, so it's just one of those things that we need to do. So with that done, we can just quickly move on to the inner nose. Okay. And we'll fill that, and then hopefully we should be able to adjust some polys and loops and stuff in there. So let's see how we go. And that's fine for now. That's good. Let's delete some history, get rid of that. And then lastly, as I was saying at the beginning of the tutorial, or of this chapter, we're going to start adding the mouse sock. So again, this would be one of those areas that you would close off so there's no light leakage. And generally what happens is we extrude it out and then down the throat and then cap it, or do it to a point where it looks like it's going down into the throat, and then just basically cap it off. But you don't need to go all the way in there. So what I'll do for this is going to extend the inner lip a little bit and then just slightly, and then do that again. And then this time I'm going to scale it a little bit better. And this is where it gets a little bit tricky in here, which is why it's always best, you know, and probably again don't want to teach people how to suck eggs, but it's always best to keep your meshes low so you've got as little as possible to worry about when it comes to tweaking everything. So again, we'll do this all the way around. Okay. And again, depending on the type of teeth that you want to put in there, you know, you'll have to shape the inner mouth sock around it, and again, depending on how detailed you want to go with everything and your sculpting and stuff, that's all going to make a difference to what it's going to look like in the end as well. So that's all good there. Right, so again, I'm just going to select some edges. Oops, one. So we're going to grab these. Okay, and we're going to extrude that again. And I'm going to flatten that off like so. So just equal it out, make it nice and even rather. And then let's just move the pivot for a little bit of a scale inwards that way. And whoops. And then we'll just move it again ever so slightly. There we go. And then we'll keep that there for now, like that. And then one more. And then we can call that done. We're not going to cap it yet because we aren't mirroring the head across. That's going to be something that I'll do again between the chapters. And let's just, because again, I don't think if those of you that are watching this know what they've got to do, then that's fine. But again, this tutorial is not for beginners or for basic learning. So that looks pretty good to me there. So that's where we'll leave that for there. And then here, we'll just level that out. And again, so you can see what the sort of view is. It just drops down into that part of the neck. Okay, like so. And that's about right. You will probably need to tweak it a little bit. Again, just depending on what the teeth are doing and how you're going to encapsulate the teeth for the inner mouth and also the tongue. So we're going to end that chapter there. Again, I'm going to go around and just sort of tweak everything, make sure it's all working, get all this stuff looking nice. And then what I'll do is mirror the head across and fix those two parts together. And then what we're going to do is we're going to start on to the rest of the model now. So really the difficult bit, building of the head, is done. So we're going to sort of slowly make our way down the torso now, and start to sort of put the rest of it together. And we'll do that in chunks. We'll do the body in the next section, onto the shoulders, and then the following section will be the arms, the legs, and then obviously the hands and the feet. And we'll do those in certain sections. But you'll see where we're trying to go with this. We're not following loops or anything, or the the overall muscle system of the human body. We're just getting an idea of the surface that's going on, because for the most part, for digidouble reproduction, the meshes are quite linear and parallel to each other, and all the polys are quite equidistant to each other, for use of a better word. So yeah, we'll see how that all comes together. But as I said, I'm going to clean this up for the next part, and then so when we come back, this is already done. I'll give you a quick guided tour of it as well, and then we'll crack on with the body. So I shall speak to you then. Okay, welcome to part 5. In the previous chapter, what we did is we finished off the side of the head. I've gone around and tweaked a few little bits and pieces of the geometry. Excuse me. What I have done, if we just swing around to the back here, and let's just hide the scan for a moment. As you can see, I've got a bit of history here because I have done a little bit to it since then. It's nothing drastic, nothing that's going to tax anybody. So what I've done is there was an edge loop very similar to this, and there was one that came across like this. And what I did, I merged the two here. I took this one out, merged the two here together, so now we have a new version of that. And then I took this one out that was there. There was an extra one, and then I've just relaxed everything, and now we have something very similar to what we had before. We just like minus 2 sets of edge loops, that's all, because I felt it was just a little bit too crowded for what we need. So also I've gone around and just sort of adjusted the scan a little bit. Excuse me. As you can see, there's a couple of little dinks here and there. It's nothing to worry about at this stage, because later on, once we come to finalize the character, let's just let the outliner slip into there. So yeah, back to these little dinks here. Once we come to finalize the character, we'll go around and do some reprojections in ZBrush, just to get some of those shapes back and things like that. But right now, I'm really not overly concerned about things like that, because it still needs a lot of filing to do before we move on to the next stage. And also, what you may notice is the slight asymmetry in the face here, and that's purely down to the scan. And you'll find this with any scan for the most part. If you do happen to work in a production environment, or even if you do your own scans, you'll notice there's a bit of asymmetry. So if we just go to the front view and just show off the character. So here you can see, the arms, they're not exactly mirrored, across the x-axis. We've kept the crotch as central as possible. The feet are aligned to the ground as best possible. But here, excuse me again, here, as you can see, the y-axis here, the grid line for world 0 here, as you can see, judging by the head, it's slightly off. Again, what we will do is tweak everything at the end, but at the moment what we're trying to do is just get some geometry down to show you the sort of, the topology of how something like this will look. So let's go back to our perspective. So what I did when I mirrored it, this piece across, as you can see, it's not perfectly symmetrical, which is fine. I'm really not concerned about it right now, especially here. Things like this we can tweak. It just doesn't matter right now. As long as it looks like what we need it to look like at the moment, I'm really, not concerned. But, all it's going to take is, a slight tweak like that and a little bit of reprojection once we go into ZBrush. You can see the lips have moved ever so slightly, but, again, I'm really not concerned. Okay, so that said, also let's call up the outliner. I've put everything into a group, okay, and so everything's, if we need to move things around again and stuff like that, everything will move together. Okay, so what we're going to do is concentrate on, let's remove that, that's a history node. from the grouping of the face. So I'm just going to get rid of that. So that didn't actually go when I deleted history for that. So we'll make that live again. Okay. Grab our mesh. And we'll just head on over to the modeling toolkit and grab quad draw. And what I will do while we're here, because that's actually bothering me a little bit, is just smooth a couple of those little areas out. Let's just nipping behind that ear. There we go. Let's just get those to tweak ever so slightly. But again, like I said, once we get to the sort of towards the end of the tutorial, we'll sort that out properly. Okay, so that's all good. Right, so onwards, what we're going to do for this part of the tutorial is the sort of the body torso area. And this is going to involve, we're going to do it in one half. So then what we'll do again, we'll mirror it across for the asymmetry and everything else. And just while we're touching on that, before we do go ahead, in any company that does visual effects, or any film or television company that does visual effects, they will all have their own sort of setup of how they create digital characters. For the most part, I think from my own experiences, everything is quite similar. There's just small little areas that will allow for tweaks and, you know, things that, like a model, you know, like for this one, it's not symmetrical. So what will happen is there may be a script, or you may have to do it manually, but you may have to sort of get the symmetry done manually, for example. Or there may be some sort of rig that you can quickly apply the model to and create some form of symmetry from that. And then it may need a bit of cleanup, because of obviously when you rig a character, there's deformations, and you know, each character may have a different proportion despite having the same mesh. So there will be areas that may need to be cleaned up and stuff like that. And this is to enable it to be, you know, production ready. So, you know, whatever you do, you will need to sort of do your own sort of clean up, things like that. You know, you may need to put the arms out, you know, to the sides up 90 degrees, depending what you want it for. But those areas sort of come later on, after you've done the initial sort of build of the model. So yeah, that's just a small thing to take note of. Okay, so onwards. So we're going to grab our quad draw, and what I'm going to do is start drawing a bit of geometry, so we can then sort of get on with getting the body done. So I'm just going to bring a couple of pieces down, like so. And I'm only going to do it in one half for this particular chapter. And then off screen, I'll mirror it across and do any small tweaks, because I don't really need to sort of tell you how to tweak a polygon for something like this. It's all pretty straightforward. And again, the emphasis will be on the fact that this tutorial isn't really for a beginner, because of the stuff that I hope to show you a bit later on. Okay, so we're nearly done with this piece. So as you can see, it's relatively painless. And we'll do another one. I think that's the center of the head there. No, it's two more along. So it's 1, 2. One there and one there. And again, we'll sort of move things around a little bit just to get them to work. Okay, so that's all good. And again, we'll add in the extra loops and stuff so it all clings nicely to our scan. You know, and this is like a base mesh, like we've mentioned before in the previous episodes. When we come to actually render, we create the render version, we'll add divisions to it, and that'll be the one that you do all your sculpting work to and everything. So, and then you can transfer that detail back to this mesh using UVs. But we'll go through everything when we get there, because it's a really neat little trick, and it enables you to do characters very, very quickly. Okay, so what I'm going to do, we're going to use this half, and we're going to drag that all the way down to about there for the sort of just before his crotch area. And we'll do the same at the back here. We can get in there. Okay, so it just gives us a couple of points to use as our sort of center area, because we're going to mirror this across. So that's all good. Right, I'm just going to subdivide that one about there, and we'll do one there as well. And I'll do it at the back just to keep it sort of similar, just so we've got something to work towards. Okay, so, and we'll add another one there for the collar. So we're going to come across here, and we'll just take these to here for now. Okay, and for this area on the pecs, it's quite an interesting one, this one, because we'll probably do it like this, and okay, and something like that. And the reason for this is just to define landmarks. It's not to put in edge loops that are going to move, stuff like that. It really isn't. I think what we can do, actually I may have done that wrong. Let's start here for this area. So it's just to define sort of landmarks for this area of the character. That's better. And then we may need to, let's have a look here, do that there. Okay, that's cool. Just to give some sort of form on the actual character mesh itself, because the rest of the body, I mean, this is an area that's not really going to deform the pectoral area, because I mean, if you think behind this is a rib cage, so it's like solid bone pretty much. So you have to think in terms of how and what's working, behind this, or the sort of the theory behind it. But because we're coming down to this area, let's do this. We want to keep it linear, because essentially, the middle of the body, or the abdomen area, it goes side to side, or it twists around its own axis, so it makes far more sense for it to be more linear in the middle, and avoid sort of putting in all these flashy edge loops to create abs and stuff like that. Those things you can just use with a good displacement, or placing geometry carefully, like so. So as you can see here, it fits just right, so that's all good. Not entirely happy with that bit there, so what we'll do, add that one there, pull that down, and now that should make a bit more sense coming into there. So you can see what's going on there now. So that should hopefully make more sense to you. Okay, so onwards. So we're just going to take this up. And again, we will start to put more geo in and just balance that out a little bit. And what I'm going to do here is, let's just finish this area here first. Bring that up, bring that there, and we'll put another one in there, Just balance that out a little bit more. Okay, like so. So it's very, very simple. But, as they say, simple yet effective. Now, I first saw this type of work a long, long time ago when I was sort of studying character meshes and things at the time, and a lot of the consensus seemed to be, you know, edge loops for muscles and all sorts. I mean, you could do it for the arms and things here, but keeping the joint areas, again, keeping them linear. But there was one particular character that I did see on a very well-known movie. I'm not going to mention what it was. It was something I'd seen in a visual effects magazine. It wasn't something I'd seen up close and personal. But I did see the edge loops like this, or the geometry like this, and I couldn't fathom why. But it's only now, you know, years later, after I've sort of gone through all the trials and errors of doing things myself, that I've come to realise why it was done like that, and it just makes so much more sense. So there's always a method to the madness. Okay, let's try and bring that across, that there. Let's just bring that across entirely. Get rid of that, put that there. All right. Okay, that's good. So what we're going to try and do now is this arm. So I'm just going to bring the geometry down here a little bit more, just to balance it out. Let's just smooth it a little bit, just to help us on our way. Okay. So we're going to have a bit of an issue because this scan is attached here. So what I suggest we do is we take the geometry from round here. In fact, let's bring that down a little bit more. This will balance out very shortly anyway. So what I think we need to do is this. So if we create a poly and we go under the arm, like so, it will give us a good starting point for when we come to work on the arm itself. So I'm just going to give us a bit of geo to play around with, like so. May want to put some more divisions in there. Oops, so you can see it's just trying to snap out, but we'll try and keep it inside there for the moment. We may have to do a little bit of grunt work to get that to work properly, and then we'll just fix that like so. I'm just going to do this very quick and rough, and then we'll start to assess where to place the geometry. And there, and there. That's better. And like so. Okay, so bring that up. And just bring that round as well. So you can see it's trying to snap to that underarm there, which isn't ideal for what we want. But like I say, there's nothing we can do about it. You do get scans, they can come in all sorts of states. Yeah, just depends, really. Some better than others. And especially clothing as well. Some clothing can be quite shiny, so that can always throw the scan out as well if you're working on it. Okay, so what we're going to do here, let's have a look. We can bring that there, I think. And add another one there. It's just to get everything looking half decent in here. And if we come across here, actually what I may do, let's get rid of those for the moment. Let's just change my mind here as I work on the fly. So I'm going to take that across all the way to here. Let's chuck in a loop and then do that like that, and then we'll leave that there for a moment. Okay. Okay, so now what we can do is start to make things look a bit better. That's better. Okay. So now we can build under the arm, so it gives us a bit of a better picture if I do it this way. So now that can join with that, and we can slowly start to build it up under there. I think I was just trying to go too fine too soon with the mesh there. Come on, that's it. There we go. See, that's much nicer. So I was going too fine too soon without sort of thinking about the building block there. So that's my own mistake there. But we've rectified it on the fly, as we like to do at Simply. You know, we don't like to edit things so they're all perfect. We want you to see the sort of the thinking behind you know, what we're doing, because that's how it would be if you were sitting there doing this. You know, if you were doing this for yourself, you know, you'd be questioning, how do I do this, how would I do that, and that's how it is. You know, that's whether you're doing lighting, whether you're doing particle effects, you know, Bifrost, all that sort of stuff. You know, you've got to question it, because if you don't, you're not going to learn anything. So it's always the best way to be. And it's the same with modelling. You know, you might think, oh, we'll just pop in polygons here and there, but we're not. We're, you know, they're doing their own. They're doing a job. Anyway, there we go. So that's worked out quite well there. Okay. And what we'll do, start to sort of shape it up around on the neck here as well. When I started doing this tutorial, I thought I'd be doing it all in sort of sections and then joining it up, but thinking about it, it just makes more sense to just keep joining it up as we go, because that way we can keep using the loops and things like that, and everything stays consistent. The only thing I've had to change is the back of that head, as I said earlier, which is no big deal. It's only a couple of loops anyway, but something as complicated that does get as complicated as a body, you know, because we've got the arms and stuff going everywhere and things like that. So it just makes more sense to keep everything joined up and follow suit as we go. Okay, right. This is where it's going to start getting a bit interesting now. Because what we want to do is start to join everything towards the back. And what we'll do is we'll start to build this stuff up here. Sorry for the pause. Sorry, I'm just trying to concentrate as well while I was talking to you. There we go. That's all pretty good. And let's just hit B. just to smooth this out, just a tiny bit. There we go. So now the plan is to take this loop over the top, like so. So we keep everything in check. We may have to do a bit of deviation, but I think we should be okay. Looking at how this is turning out at the moment. So let's see how we go. No, we don't need to do that. We can do that. Push those back a bit. Okay, yeah, that's what we'll do. Excuse me. Okay, right. So we got what we got here. Let's have a look. Let's just push these out a little bit. So we got one there. So that one, that one, that one. So these are all going to start to connect with how we do the arms and everything, because obviously everything's going to come down here onto the hands as well. So the hands we may have to do, do the arm in reverse. So we may have to do the hands first in order to establish the geometry there. But we can always deal with things like re-looping and redirecting geometry on the way up, which may be a bit easier because all this stuff here is going to be more linear. So it's all good. And let's just pop this in like so. There we go. And do a cut through there. And one there, 2, 3. Okay, that's good. It's working out quite well. It's not too bad. And then these will all obviously start to curve round and down. Just smooth these out a bit more. That's the thing, keep checking the mesh while it's at this low res stage as well, just to make sure it's all in place, and there's nothing gone too funky. I know with that small issue on the back of the head, but it's nothing really. But when you start to define more and more areas like this, it does start to get a bit more tricky to keep up with. Okay, right. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. And again, I've kept the soft mod sort of modeling tool. That's just by hitting B for this the quad draw. I'll just hit the B key just to keep it smooth as I move stuff around as well, just in case you were wondering. As you can see, we've got a nice linear effect going on around the neck as well, so that will twist nicely and bend side to side and nod forward and backwards as well, so that's all looking really good too. Okay, so I'll turn that off. So by hitting B, I'm just back to picking edges or points. So if I hit B again, you can see that it will grab the whole lot. Okay, so we're good. If you feel there's too much geometry coming off down the back here, what you can do is just redivert it to itself, which I may do. Create like an edge loop type thing that will curve here. You can do. So feel free to do stuff like that as well, as long as it's not in an area that's going to be deforming a great deal, which here is pretty good. It's not too bad. Sort of like the upper back. That's all fine. So what we need to do now is start to bring some bigger geo, some of the big building blocks all the way back down to about here for that one, and there. And we'll just start to shape it as well. That's the other thing, when you even at this stage, you know, with bigger sort of polys and stuff, shape them as you go. You know, it does save time. And then your smaller details, if you are using smoothing and stuff like that, it'll just all flow in naturally. There we go, that's better. It's much nicer now. So we've got that there. So we can now start to bring stuff across. Okay, like so. See again, very big blocks, no big deal. And what we can do is actually bring them round a little bit more. And we've got towards the top, let's add a couple more just under here. Whoops. So keep an eye on stuff like that. Is it going to jump again? Yes, it is. Let's pop that bad boy back in there. That's better. And it's given us another one for good measure. There we go. We'll just put that back and we'll stick one in there too. So now sort of got a nice equal amount of polys going on under there. So that's all nice. Fits well. That's great. So now we can start to bring these down. Let's drop that in there. See, just really simple, big geometry. And just move them around a little bit. We may need to tweak, but that's all good. So that one, that one, that one. I think we got one there, another one there. I think we can have two there, one or maybe three. Okay, that's all good. Just build that up. And we'll add four here. So 1, 2, 3. Just drop that down. Actually, that might be all right there for a moment. Let's see how we get on. All right, 1, 2. Okay, all right. Let's see where we go from here. We might have to do a bit of a deviation, which I think we will, but that's okay. There we go. And it's going to be somewhere around here, I think. That'd be about there, I think. Somewhere there. Let's just smooth that out. And there. There we go. And then just relax that. So what we got here, we got 4 there. And we can start to just move things around. And we'll add another one there. Okay, so that's almost done. And again, as you can see, got a little bit to just smooth out ever so slightly. And then that last one to go in there. You may have noticed this is slowing down now. It's probably because there's a fair bit of history to build up on that mesh. And there we go. So we've joined that really nicely. And that's all going to relax real well, like so. So we should have something quite nice. And there you go. So what we'll do is we'll just bring that up and just do some building blocks. Press around here. Let's get rid of that one for a moment. And we'll cut that one, delete that one. Do the same, we'll just join it all up. Okay, so got two. And again, if you need to, re-loop it towards the base of the spine where it's not going to move as much. And then that's pretty good. Right, and I'm just going to smooth these out as we go, like so. Another loop in there. So it's almost two to every large one, so it's not too bad. And then, yeah, another two there. It's slowing down a bit. Let's have a quick look at our history. Yep, there's loads. So let's delete that. And then back to quad draw. So it should speed up a little bit now. Yeah, there we go. History would always build up, even in these small things like quad draw. You wouldn't think it would, but I'm afraid it does. It's a bit of a pain really, because it's almost like an automated sort of modelling unit. To be honest, I don't know why we have this much history build up with a lot of these models, because none of us really use it to its full extent and what it was designed for. So now we'll just bring that through there, just relax, and that's it. And there we go. So what we'll do, we're going to call it a day on this part. What we'll do, I'm going to copy that across and sculpt that into that as well. The next chapter, what we'll do, we'll work down the leg, I think, or the arm, one of the two. We'll decide when we get there. And yeah, that should all be ready to go. So thanks for watching, and that's the simplicity of what is part 5. See you in part 6. Okay, welcome to part 6. So carrying on from the previous chapter of putting the sort of topology together of the body, I've decided not to actually mirror this across until we've done this leg. Reason being, really, the leg is actually pretty sort of simple shape, so we can kill two birds with one stone with that. I think when it comes to do the arm and everything, we'll do the one arm and then we'll flip that across and join it up after. But I think with this, it's pretty straightforward, so we're just going to crack on with that. So we're going to have to sort of put in some topology for around the leg. Obviously everything's going to have to match up and go around underneath the butt and everything, and around the crotch area. So sometimes these areas can be a little bit tricky. We do have a slight merging of points here on the inner thigh, but we'll work around that just like we did with the arm. The arm itself will need a little bit of tweaking as well when we come to do that, but you know, it's part and parcel of everything that you do in modeling. You know, you're not going to get a perfect scan in terms of, you know, for you to build over and stuff. So, you know, there's a little bit of back and forwards. So please don't take it as a given that every scan that you have or whatever you have to work with is going to be perfect and you can just do your topology and go home and you're done. It doesn't work that way. You know, there's lots of tweaking that's done, even when the models are, you know, in the industry itself. You know, there's lots of tweaking done, even after the model's built. You know, it might be UVs, it might be certain things that on the mesh that may need tweaking or moving around for the rig, and so on. So there's a lot of backwards and forwards all the way through to the end of a film or a TV series that's being done that's using, you know, high-end digidoubles and stuff. So, you know, never take it as a given that that model is done until the project is finished. So yeah, just to give you a bit of a heads up there. Not everything is wine and roses and beautiful like you see the finished article. There's in a nutshell, it's hard work. There's a lot of hard work involved, and I'm not saying it to scare people off, but it is hard work. You know, so you know everything has to be looked at again, tweaked again, looked at, and so on. So, you know, it's a bit of a vicious cycle. But when the results are good, they're fantastic, and you know, all that work is yeah, has been worth it. So anyway, that aside, let's crack on. So what I'm going to do is we're going to start just here below the short line and start plugging in some geometry and some points just to get us going, and then yeah, we should be pretty good. I think this one is going to be a relatively straightforward episode that we can get on with. But we'll see how we go. I say that, and we'll probably fall into loads of trouble and everything. But yeah, let's see how we get on. So just going to, again, just big blocks to work with at the moment. Just to get it all into place and lined up. Oops, there. Come on. That one there. And let's just move this. There we go. So that's all good. All right. Okay, there we go. So we'll just move things around just to get it all to sort of line up nicely. So obviously we've got the shape of the butt here just on the back. That's gonna, you know, some geometry does get thrown out on occasion with that. But what we'll do, we'll make sure everything's like central and stuff. Well, to a point. Obviously, because as we went through in the last chapter, you know, the body itself isn't very central. Let's just go back to the front view so you can see the world axis. We've lined it up as much as possible between the legs, but even the gap between the two sides in the leg aren't symmetrical either. But again, what you can do once you've built your model, I mean, it's entirely up to you how you do this. I mean, I'm showing you a sort of a more production savvy way of how we do things. I mean, most production houses, you know, the big studios, small studios, they will have their own generic character that's already centralized and everything. But what we're doing is we're building that character from scratch. But every time you create a digidouble, you will just open up the library with that already made character and get it to basically fit your scan and then re-centralize everything. I mean, that's the whole idea of building a digidouble, so you don't have to keep building a body over and over and over. So you've got a good set of character models that are used by, you know, by animation, rigging, whatever, on a daily basis. Rigging will know that that mesh inside out. They'll know the problems and everything else and know how to correct it. So basically what we're doing is building that geometry that you can then just stick in your library, and then when you need a character, you just bring it out and shape it how you want it without having to change topology, unless, like we've said in the previous chapters, it's an extremely, it could be a massive character, and so the proportions are extreme, so there you would need to build or modify, you know, your current mesh. So yeah, it's just those things that happen. But for the most part, you know, you'd have a generic man or a woman or something, and you know, you just pull that out of your library every time you wanted a character, and you know, just pull it around until you're happy with it, and that's how it works. But like I say, for an extreme character with extreme proportions, you would build something or modify a current mesh. You know, so you could go from this character, say, to something like Shrek or something like that. So, you know, there's a massive change in proportions, especially the ears and everything else. So, as a side note, we do have the odd competition at work to see who can make any object from a human mesh. And one of the guys built a chair. He modified the entire mesh into a chair, which was quite funny when we did a blend shape for it. So we do have other things we get up to as well, just to lighten the load on occasion. It's a great competition. It's only in-house competition, but it's just fun to do. Actually, what we'll do, let's just give this a bit more geometry now. There we go. So that's a lot better. So you can see it's already taking shape. It's looking a lot nicer. What we'll do, we'll start to come up here, actually. Just bring stuff up. So here, we're going to pop a point right in the crease there. And there as well. And what I may have to do is just shift this stuff around. Because again, we want to keep it as central as possible without too much fuss. And we'll do the same here as well. So we want to keep the geometry as equal as possible without, you know, so we haven't got to worry about loops flying off all around the place and things like that. So just trying to work all that out is another kettle of fish as well. So we've done all right here actually so far. There we go. And then once we join everything, then you know you'll be able to see what I've been talking about. Let's just move that there. Okay. So as you can see, this one's going to join up there. Oh, let's join that now so that we know that that's done. Okay. And then we'll do the same here. And then we know that that's done as well. Okay. So it's pretty straightforward. So it's nothing taxing at all. It's just a little bit of thought, you know, knowing, you know, this is why it's always best, you know, in the last chapter I was a bit concerned about, you know, the amount of polygons I was using, but, you know, it's that thing of, you know, even I had to nudge myself back there to sort of say, hang on a minute, you're using too many polys at once, so just, you know, do the building blocks like these first, and that is the best way to do it. You know, you can, less is more, you know, it's always that way. In anything you do, well, for the most part, you know, it's like a sketch or a sculpt. You know, you start off with a big block and then add stuff to it slowly but surely, and then you do the finer details last. And it's the same with 3D. So, you know, just try not to get lost in the details, you know, at the beginning of any project. Just don't get lost in the details. Let's just get it blocked out and then discuss what needs doing after, or what you have to do after. So for us with this, you know, it's not going to take long for us to actually get this done, I don't think, on the leg itself, because it's all joined up at the top already. And what we will do, we're going to put a landmark in here for the knee, I think as well, because we want a little bit more geometry in there. I'm just deciding whether to do it sort of this way, which I think I think we will for this. Do it like this, and then back out again. Let's have a look. It's just to keep it as a landmark, so you know where the knee is going to be, the placement of the knee is. And what you can do as well, which I've seen some people do, they actually create like a texture map with areas sort of almost like color coding on the UV. So you just apply the texture. So if you're reshaping the character itself, you know exactly where joints are. If the geometry goes out of whack a little bit, you can just rely on the fact that those UVs are holding in place where those joint areas will be. So if you do happen to pull, this around, it's still going to be the same color, and so on. So it's a good idea to do that if if you're really, really into it. It's just one of those things to, so it helps you just keep track of where your joints are, where muscles can be. So, it's up to you how you want to sort of color it or do it, so it's all good fun. But like I said, there's a lot of work involved in doing this sort of stuff. They will assign, someone will be assigned who knows their onions, so to speak, with digidoubles and stuff. So what I was actually thinking of doing, I may get rid of that in a minute, I'm not too sure. Or I may go in manually and just put in some loops, which I think will be better. Just in this area here. In fact, let's do that now before we proceed any further. Let's just hide the turn off the live. Okay, so what I'd like to do is just in here, just do this for now, just so we've got a little bit more around the knee to help us hold it in place, and then all you need to do is this. Okay, it's just like a landmark. We'll do the same thing with the elbow, because it's going to be a bending sort of area, but that's going to be, you just want to look at it as being solid. But if you want to, I'm just using that, like I say, as a landmark area. But if you want to, you can just keep going with the loops. But as long as you've got some form of geometry there, and like I said, you can use a UV map to color code various parts of your geometry, then that's absolutely fine. All right, oh, wrong one. Let's make sure that's not live. Let's delete the history on that. Let's get this back on track, and there we go. And then back to our modeling toolkit, and there we go. So you can see here, it's not a muscle sort of edge loop. It's just to give a bit more form to the knee area. Okay, like so. You can see where the it's not enough geometry there at the moment on the sides here to actually get it to all sit properly. But you know what I'm getting at with that. So, but I would do the same thing with the elbow, which we will do when we get there. It's just a point of place for placement for joints if that's how you want to work it. Like I say, you don't have to do it, but it can be very useful to do it. So, okay, so let's move on down. We're going to put in another row of these. And then what we'll do, we'll pull it all the way down towards the ankle. Okay, that's all good. And then we're just going to pull that all the way down, like so. I mean, you may want to even do this with a cylinder, not topologize it like I've been doing. You may want to just grab a cylinder, shape it, and then squeeze it all in, and then go in with the quad draw and cut it all up as well. So there's several ways to do it. There we go. So we just start to cut this in. There we go. And we'll just move things around. Whoops. Let's get rid of that. And that one there. Okay, get rid of that for a minute. A little bit of intersection. Sometimes I can be a bit of a sort of a victim of my own working methods. Sometimes I don't play around with tolerances for snapping and stuff like that. I'll just put up with it. So I think one of the things is I've been doing it for so long, I just know what it's going to do, and then I just know how to get around it. But it is worth looking at some of the settings to stop things snapping too closely together, especially on something like this quad draw tool. There are some settings in here, so you've got auto weld, so you've got your distances and stuff like that. So, but I just tend to leave everything on default over the years, and because I'm just so used to using things this way. So yeah, so I'm just going to follow that sort of contour there around the calf, down to the Achilles heel tendon area, and we're just going to shape that a little bit more. There we go. So that's a lot better, a lot nicer. And we'll just smooth that out. Same at the front. Okay, and just do that at the back a little bit. And again up here. And now what we'll do is just sort of line things up, and we're going to want one. So it looks like it's going to be very similar to what we did with the waist area. So it's going to be every two will join up like so. So I've got another one in there, like that. Actually, what we can do is drag that through there. Put that in there, and another one there, another one there. Drag that there. So again, very simple, just keeping it, so let's undo that, and let's move that round a little bit more. Run another one through there. We can relax it all after, it's all okay. So that's so I wanted it, that's better. I didn't want that other one running through the knee there. So we can we'll relax that now while we get a chance. Again, while it's in this low sort of state, it's a good chance to get everything shaped up. What's going on here? Okay, let's have a look there. That's all fine. Okay, let's see what this is going to do. So that's going to run. That's going to run through there. So I want that one there. So for some reason that has not joined up. There's probably a 5-sider in there somewhere. So let's go in and have a quick look. Let's hide that. I have a feeling it is. Let's hit 3. Yep, there it is. Found it. So the minute that doesn't run through as an edge loop, you've got a 5-sided poly in there, and there it is, it's gone. And again, just delete some history there. So that's all good. So it's all coming together nicely, and let's just pop this guy back up, make it live, back to our mesh, toolkit, quad draw. There we go. So now hopefully there you go, that loop just runs straight through. Perfect. And we can run another one there. Not worried about where that's running at the moment, because we can smooth this all out. That's all good. And we can just move these. Like I say, just keep doing them as you go. There we go. That's looking good. Okay. And that one there we can run there. Actually, let's pop that back. Actually, probably taking that a bit too far because we've got plenty of room for the middle of the knee. We want one there, one there. And we can move that there, I think. Yep, and we can put one through there, and that last one there. I know that's pretty good, I think, and we'll do that there. And this one here as well, just to help us when we come to mirror it across. So the whole mesh is starting to really balance out now. Okay, so that. Whoops. There we go. All done, joined up. And then what we will do, just balance this out a little bit more. There we go, that's nice. These areas here, not too concerned about because we're not down here just yet. We may do a bit of sort of standard modeling and stuff as well, you know, without the quad draw. Because once you get to things like toes and stuff, it does get a bit intricate, especially with things, you know, using quad draw tool and stuff, it does get a little bit tricky. So, you know, a bit of manual labour doesn't hurt. And let's just start to put in some more loops, just to keep everything looking good. So like just dividing every, which one did we do there? Yeah, that's right, that one there. So sort of dividing every other one, and then again, just go round. And if you did miss what I did there, I pressed the B key to turn on the sort of like the soft smooth. If you did miss that, just in case some of you aren't overly savvy with the quad draw stuff. There we go. Let's just run that up through there as well. So you can see the mesh is really, really nice and tidy. You know, this is another thing with making meshes for production. There's some really great work out there on the forums and stuff with regards to ZBrush. But ZBrush is a fantastic tool to complement your models with. I think what people tend to forget is that some ZBrush models don't have proper edge loops and stuff to allow for animation. They're just there for sort of sculpting and concept purposes. So someone might make something in there, but you may have to end up retopologizing it, doing it a similar way to what we're doing here now. So there's just those things to be aware of. ZBrush is great, but it's not the be all and end all to making models just because you can sculpt it on the fly. In order to get things to animate properly, they have to be made properly, if you will. So, just things to be aware of. There we go. And that one there. We're just moving this up just a little bit, just to give it a little bit more form and stuff. So it's all working well. Again, I'm not too concerned about the center point of this at the moment because obviously, like we said, it's all over the place anyway on the scan. So he's actually looking like one of the characters from The Boys, The Deep, with that strange green suit he has on. All we need to do is build in some gloves and he's well away. So, all good. That's better. And let's just sort this little bit out at the front. And there we go. So that's pretty much it. What we'll do is we will flip it across in between now and the next chapter. So then what we'll do is then build on to the foot, get that done and out of the way. Probably in one of the chapters after, but I'd like to get this flipped across, and then what we can do something very similar to what we've just done just now with the arm. So then that just leaves us the hands and the foot to build. Yeah, so it's coming along nicely, without too much fuss. I'm pleased with that, how it's going. So yeah, so okay, so that's all done. Yeah, so we'll head on to the arm section in the next chapter, and then after that we'll start with the foot and the hand once those are done, and we can connect everything up. Because obviously once we start making all the digits, the fingers and the toes, the geometry is going to change a fair bit around those. And like I said, we'll have to probably go and do a bit of manual work, build them. You know, we can still do a bit of quad draw stuff, you know, to get stuff modeling through quickly, so you're not too bored watching and listening to my voice droning on about it. But you will need to do tweaks and stuff, and we may need to sort of like cut edge loops and things just to make things flow around a bit more so they will work nicely. So yeah, that's all good. Yeah, so okay, so that's part 6 done, and we will see you in part 7. So cheers for now. So welcome to part 7. So what we're going to do is do something very similar to what we did with the leg. So we're going to hit quad draw and start placing some areas to get that going. So I think we're going to have a slight conflict in this area with the arm itself. So I think just a small bit of adjustment will be needed in here, like so, I think. But we need to place the geometry in a certain way so it can enable us to open the arms up a little bit more. Yeah, it's just a bit awkward because of the scan. I mean, these things happen, and you will have to deal with it if you do end up working in you know, a production environment, so to speak. So I'm just going to pull these around a little bit more just to give us a bit more of a relaxed state around this area. And what we will do is add a landmark around the top of the shoulder here. So we've got this sort of shape as well going on. And I think that's going to help us out a little bit as well. So we'll do that. Let's see how we go. All right, just get rid of that. And just move things around ever so slightly. And just move these up. Again, just to give us a bit of sort of room for any sort of error that we can then get in easily and fix. So that's good. Okay, so let's have a look here. We've got 1, 2. Oh, there's no point counting that actually from there, so it's going to be totally different. Okay, so just move these up a bit. Yeah, that's okay, it's pretty good. So what I'm going to do is just looking at this area here. Let's start off here, I think, just to get a first, say, sort of landmark area, and then take that to there. And if we need to fix it, we will, obviously. Like so. Okay. And then, yeah, I think that should work. Okay, let's go again. Yeah, that'll be good. Okay, I think this is going to work fine. Like so. Okay. So what I will do is get rid of that, get rid of that, and get rid of that one for now, and just take these round as easily as possible. like so. And what have we got there? We've got an odd number. Let's have a look, we'll soon find out. And that one there, yeah, we've got an odd one. Okay, so we're going to have to split that one. Okay, that's fine. Good. And then just bring these around. And around here as well. Okay. Hit the B key and just smooth this out. There we go. It's a bit better already. Okay. So then that should allow us to start building underneath and around as well. Okay, that's good. Might need to change it a little bit later, but we'll see how we get on by the end of the chapter. If I deem any fixes, I'll do them and let you know. But again, the mesh will be provided at the end of the tutorial anyway, so all the files will be there for you to have a mosey at. Right, let's have a look here. What have we got? And there. Ah, that's what I wanted, that one there. Okay. Good. And then we can start bringing these around. That's better. That's exactly what I wanted that to do around this area sort of thing. What we can do as well is just bring that up, just give it a little bit of a curve to come out. So I don't like the way that mesh is just sort of lopping down a little bit. I want to give it a little bit of shape. And we'll bring that one up as well. Actually, let's take that out for a moment. Bring that there. So this area here now, once we put the rest of the mesh in, hopefully that will then substitute itself for the armpit by adding that sort of look to it with the curve. So once that bends up, we will then be able to push it around and shape it. And if need be, you know, just cutting the edge loops slightly different. But for now, we're just trying to follow the actual scan as we have been throughout. Okay, so okay, all right. So what we're going to do is I'm going to build this up here. Whoops. Let's just come round in there. Let's see where we're at. Okay, so we want that one and that one for the inside. Now let's get rid of that for a minute. We don't need that. And this one as well. That one. Let's just move these over. That's what's causing a slight bit of pain in there. All right, let's pull these back down. And then we can do this, hopefully. And then that there, and that one there. Good. Okay, that works. That's much better. That's what I wanted. So, as you can see, once the arm goes up, we'll be able to move all of this up because it's quite crunched in there. And then once that's clean, we can then bring this back and then start creating the base mesh, if you will, for our render mesh. Okay, let's get this looking a bit tidier here. I think what we need to do is bring that up. There we go. Something there. And just bring that all the way around, I hope. Yep. There and there. So what I'm trying to do is actually balance that out so everything works in parallel with itself. It's always a little bit tricky to do stuff like this. Okay. And then that leaves us that one there and there, which we may then need to add that like so. Push this back round and balance this out at the top here, and then that hopefully will work better for our shoulder. There we go. That's better already. Good. So then, whoops, just all we want is that. We don't want anything else. And then give that one. And those two there as well. Whoops. And then balance those back out. That one and that one. So that's done the job that we need it to do there. But like I said, we'll need to, once we raise the arms up, when it's all clean, we will need to do a bit of adjustment. And maybe, if you can, get some anatomy reference, because that's going to help immensely for the underarm as well, because you can't rig this in this respect like so. So I'm just going to add another loop in there as well, just to give us something to play around with a bit later on as well. So we are just sort of preparing everything as we want, and we'll need, there we go, that's better. Okay, that's good. And then what we want to do is start to sort of try and balance the mesh now as best possible. So you see there, that's going to be the area that we're going to need to push up and create something that looks a bit more acceptable, or that has to be acceptable, should I say. And I'm just going to put a loop in there as well. Right. Yeah, because that causes a problem. So we will need to, I think by doing that, that has helped immensely. But hey, we'll get there. It's not all going to get done in this one session. So let's just carry on where we were. Okay, that one there. There and there. And we're going to come to the elbow very shortly, and we'll create a landmark area for that as well. Let's just get these into place first, then we should be good. Let's go on the inside here, so you can see that's bunched up a bit too much in there. So let's just move those around. Again, I'm not overly concerned that it's not correct right now, but we do need to keep it clean in order for us to be able to work on it a bit later. But for now, we'll just concentrate on getting the topology in a half decent state on the scan itself. On there, that one, and those two. Job done. Okay, so we'll just bring these all down. And that's looking a lot better already. So there you go, a bit of perseverance while we're building it. And again, I'm doing this, I'm thinking on the fly, doing this, looking at the topology and stuff. And it's the same across the board for every other modeler that does this sort of thing. It's all a bit of guesswork. When we were doing stuff for one of the Guardians of the Galaxy films, I think it was the second one, there was a lot of changes to a certain character's mesh to make it even better for the following movie. And yeah, they did a bang up job with that as well, just by adjusting. I can't remember specifically what was done, but I know for a fact it was changed, and just made it look better. And you can see the difference between the two films as well. It just looks great. That was a long time ago now. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just pop that into there, just to get that out of our way. And that there, you can see the crease on the scan itself ever so slightly. So I think by adding that extra edge loop has helped us immensely. With that, we might be able to just sort of pull this around a little bit more, actually, and get that sitting in there like so, which is great. Good. Yeah, that's better. Because once that raises up, once that sort of stretches out, we'll be able to do stuff with that, so that's great. Okay, I'm pleased with that. That's good. Right. Okay, so let's get this into play. Now around the elbow area, we'll start putting another landmark in, like so, which is good. And we'll be able to sort of help you out as well with this. And what we'll do here is add those there onto the sides of this one, so that creates like a loop around that. So that's all good as well, like so. Whoops, have I done that right? No, just push that over there. There we go. And we'll just move this one up as well. And that one there. And that's going to work there, I think. Yep, and then we'll just follow that around. And then what we will do is what we did, something similar with the leg down here. Once we get past that certain level, just below the sort of landmark joint area, we'll then just completely, start adding loops and stuff all around, and then balance that out. And that's sort of done for this chapter then. And then after that, it's a case of, sorting the hands out to fit the mesh, and then likewise with the feet as well. So it's all nearly there. We're getting there. But the intricate stuff, I mean, this is, as much as this can be intricate, doing this sort of modeling. The proper stuff, if you will, without sounding too blasé about it, is to come. There's still some heavy lifting, so to speak, to do. But hopefully this tutorial will give you an idea of what to expect and how to go about doing stuff, even for your own projects. So it's all cool, all cool. Okay, right, so I think that one's pretty good there. I think what we need to do there is just raise these up a bit, like so. And then if we get the, what's it, like so, just this lower area, I think, to finish that, and then we can pull that right down and then just add our loops, and then afterwards just smooth it off again as we have been with the rest of the model. So yeah, it's looking quite clean, I think. There we go. Okay, right, so what we need to do now is just basically start pulling these down to the wrist, keep it balanced and as tidy as possible, like so. You notice the elbow is sticking out that way, and yet the back of the wrist is facing outwards that way as well. That's because of the twist that you get naturally in the forearm when you relax, for the most part. That's determined by the ulnar radius joints in there. And there was a point where we would model in the twist. I don't think it's done as much these days, but I think there's still sort of like an element of that built in to a mesh, but not on a massive, whoops, what's going on there? But not on a massive, let's get in there first. As I was saying, not on a massive scale where it's completely obvious as to what's going on in there. But you know, there's enough geometry in any given mesh now where it's, you know, you can see what it's doing. And you know, with a lot of use of muscle systems and stuff like that, so that are available now, you know, to, you know, most of us, you know, even if you buy Maya and stuff like that, there's always some plugin that does a, you know, a muscle plugin or something like that. But most production houses have their own version, their own software. So, you know, don't expect to be using anything as near as customized or as good as those sort of things are. But just do what you can with what you have, which is always the best way to be. And then when you do, if you do get the chance to use custom tools in that sort of environment, then, you know, make the most of them there as well. You know, you will learn stuff and be able to apply it to your own work as well. Okay, so that's all done. We're just adding these extra loops in. I think we'll add an extra there and through there. Whoops. And through that as well. One there, one there. And then again, smooth it out, just make sure it's all working for us. There we go. Terrific. Yeah, that's worked really well, despite all the hassle under there. But that, I think it will change at some point. I think that's a given. Like I said, but we're not going to worry about that now. We'll deal with that once we come to do the sort of scan or the pose clean, if you will. So everything's going to look, you know, just right once we've come to it. And get the arms sort of sticking out at like 45 degrees. You know, we'll modify that so it just looks good and usable for when you do a rig. Because I think for the most part these days, you know, they used to call it the crucifix position, where the legs were together and the arms are out to the side. But for the most part these days, from my own experiences, you know, the legs are a little bit closer together. And the arms are out at about 45 degrees because it's just easier for when the character has his arms down to do the sort of deformation and weighting for that. You know, it's not very often you get a character lifting his hands above his head, so it's just easier to build it and do it on a, you know, a sort of a more relaxed angle when you come to put the whole rig together. And there we go. So that is going to conclude this part, I think. Like I say, we may need to tweak it later on, but like I say, I'm really not concerned right now. Just going to add a couple more loops in. No, I'm not going to do them there because I'll just mess with the body. But what we will do is just push these up a bit more and just give us a bit more to play with later on. Okay, so let's just smooth those out as well. And that's, yeah, it's pleasing. That's cool. And just get them a bit squarer around there as well. There we go. So that's pretty much done. There we go. So yeah, so next chapter, what I'll do is I'll mirror the body across for the next one, and then we'll start on either the hand or the foot. And yeah, we're sort of getting there, and yeah, almost there for completing the mesh. So I think 2 or 3 more chapters of this sort of stuff, and then we can move on to a bit more sort of in-depth tech stuff, like sort of UVs and, you know, UV setup, and how about some of the quicker ways to go about generating UVs without bogging yourself down, because I know UVs can do that with people. I'm probably one of the few that enjoy it because it is quite relaxing and stuff, and you know, just pop on your headphones and off you go. But anyway, we've got a little bit more to do before we get there. You know, like I say, with the feet and hands, but we will get there. So there you go, all good, and yeah, see you in part 8. Take care. Welcome to part 8. So as I said in the previous chapter, we'll either start on the foot or the hand. So what I've done, I've decided to go with the foot on this occasion. As highlighted in the previous chapter, there will be probably a little bit of manual work to do. As you can see here, our toes aren't particularly very well defined in this scan. So what we'll do is we'll use the big toe, because that seems to have a sort of a slight look to it. With the nail, you can just about see the nail incorporated in that there. It's not brilliant. It's a little bit soft. So what we'll do, we'll use this area as a sort of a template, if you will, for the start of our geometry. And then once that's done, we can just duplicate that across and shape those up, which shouldn't be too bad in the long run, I don't think. So there may be a bit of manual work to do as well, because obviously, you know, we can't guarantee that these 5 toes are all going to sort of loop nicely up into the leg straight away. We may be able to do it to a point, and then we might have to do a bit of tweaking as we go. But I mean, that's part and parcel of modeling, as far as I'm concerned anyway. But we will get the mesh as clean and usable as possible in order to flip across to the other side, so it's all nice. And we'll do it'll be the same sort of principle really with the hand as well. So anyway, let's get started. So again, what we'll do is just put in some very basic geometry to get us on our way. And again, like I said, you know, we may have to come and do some a little bit of manual work just to get things to work properly, which is always fun anyway. So all good. So just don't take certain things for granted from the off. Right, let's do this one. Is it going to fit on there? No, it's not. So what we'll do is we'll pop that there and there. Put a poly in there. Hopefully that will fit there. That's good. So we'll drop that there just for now. Okay. and there. I think we've got a little bit of history on the mesh, quite possibly. But we'll have a look in a moment. If you want, again, you can put landmarks in around the ankle joint. I'm not going to do it for this on this occasion because essentially the foot it sort of rotates in this area on the what would be, I think, would be the X. Let's have a look. What's our so it would rotate around the X for the most part. Although you can sort of move your foot side to side. I think that's going to be very rare to do in most animation cases. It's not very often that you would see a character flipping his foot from side to side unless it's a nuance that's required at a very minutiae kind of level. So I'm not really worried about that right now. As long as we've got something that's going to be deformable and look nice and not get mangled up in the process. But we don't really need a landmark, I don't think, for that area in particular. It's more sort of these sort of places that I feel are a bit more, I don't know, a bit more relevant, if you will. Excuse me. So yeah, I'm not going to worry about it down here for now. Okay. Because usually you'll be able to see the ankle anyway, determined by the sort of way the form is and stuff there. So that's all fine. So that's good. Okay, so just keeping this nice and linear once again. And you'll notice where the scan has been done, the foot is flat on the floor. But what we will do, we'll copy it down to there. But once we get to the, sort of like the tweaking part, we'll sort of add a bit of form to it a bit more. So it's not as flat, so it's a bit more foot-like and a bit more anatomical. So let's just do these and let's move that there and there. Just trying to make it all as square as possible, even though sometimes it's not always possible. Just keeping it all looking nice as we go, and that's the advantage of working at such a low level of polygons. You can make everything look good before you subdivide it. And then hopefully that way you've got less to worry about as you go. And again, it's that old phrase: less is more at this stage, especially. Okay, right. So I think what we can do, if we drop this down here now, and let's just quickly go to our history. Yeah, we've got loads on there, so we'll delete that. That's why it's a little bit slow. And back to quad draw. So there we go. So hopefully now it will sort of pick up as we place the polygons. So let's just see how we go there. All right, so hopefully now I'll be able to place them a bit quicker and they will appear. There we go. Yeah, that's much nicer. So that's good. So as always, history bogging the model status down, which is a bit unfortunate because, like I said before in a previous chapter, we don't always use the history to its advantage or what it's designed for in Maya anyway. So best to just, especially in modeling, once the model's done, you want it done. You don't want anything hanging on it. Keep it clean as possible. Obviously, unless you want to go back and edit something via the history and things. So, that's all we need. Just keep it clean, basically. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to start coming forward this way now. So this is where it's going to get a little bit funny, I think. I think as a modeler with, I've had a, without sounding too blasé about it, I think, with the amount of models that I've made over the years, you do kind of anticipate, how things can go, and you kind of work to expect how things, meshes may divert from time to time and stuff like that. So, you know, although I've got things in my head going on while I'm doing this, you can't always anticipate the way a mesh is going to go until you actually get there. So it is a massive jigsaw puzzle without any doubt. So in fact, we could probably come up one more, I think, because I'd like to get some more loops in there. So let's just do that. And I think we can do the same here. Let's just come up one more there. We're going to get more geometry in here anyway. I think we'll add one there as well. So let's do that there, like so. And then that one sort of there, like so. And we'll drop another one there. And I think that there will suffice as well. So that's all nice. Just trying to work out how we can do some of this geometry without it, really being a hindrance, so to speak. Okay, so we can now move that along there a little bit more. And let's just pop another one in there and just space that a bit more. Okay, so things like this, we may be able to bring up a bit and maybe add another row in just to keep that clean in that area, which I think we will do. Let's actually do that. Let's do that, because otherwise it just looks a bit too sort of crowded in terms of where this point is here. I think it would just be a little bit too much for it to deal with when you come to do any other work to it. It's too much for itself. So there'll be a lot of hindrance on that area. So by keeping it more linear along the bottom there, I think it will suffice a bit more. So again, looking at it, like I said, thinking on the fly with this stuff, you sort of have to keep your wits about you in certain ways. And again, it puts the emphasis on, the less you have on the mesh in an early stage, you can work out problems a lot faster. Okay, so see, there we go. We can make this more linear across here now, which is that's a lot better for me as well. And we'll just join it up. Oops, that one, and that one. Okay, so that's all good. So yeah, we'll start to join the foot up, I think, now from this side. Again, there may be sort of small issues of connecting loops round to each side. So again, it's one of those things where you may have to make little adjustments and cuts to accommodate geometry. And if you do have to sort of make a loop that goes round on itself, then add extra geometry, do it somewhere where it's not going to deform or cause a problem, because you can hide little things like that where a model, sometimes you just can't help everything being, not everything's going to be perfect, but if you can line stuff up in the meantime, then that's great. I mean, I haven't counted the polys all the way around here or anything like that, so I'm, as we always do, we modeling on the fly, so let's get some of this geo all lined up nicely. So there, another one in there, and there. So just pushing this around before we go any further, because we've still got to do the fun bit, which is the toes. We may have to break off to keep the chapter down a little bit, but that's fine. Otherwise it could get a little bit laborious anyway, so it's always good to have a bit of a break from doing stuff. But we'll see how we go. We'll get the first toe put in at least, and then from there we can move on and duplicate that and get that across. But what we will do as well, when I've done the first toe, before we go any further, what we'll do, we'll UV it, because the last thing you want to do is UV 10 toes. So we'll do the first toe and then the second, third, and fourth, and fifth rather. And this will save a little bit of aggro later on as well, because there's, you don't want to keep redoing the same mesh over and over and over every time to do a UV. So when we've done the first one, we'll UV that and then just move it across. It'll be the same with the fingers as well. So, okay, so let's get all this into place. That's good. There we go. Right, okay. So let's just hit B just to smooth that out a little tiny bit for ourselves. There we go. Right. And then that we can now move. Just take B off, take our smoothing off. So there you can see we've kept it nice and linear around there now, with as little fuss as possible as we come round and over the top of the foot. So we're currently in the arc of the foot, or the arch of the foot rather, and those polys there are just a little bit too stretched for my liking, but that was a result of putting in the big polys at first to determine what we were going to do with the mesh. So again, it's because we've still got so few, it's easy to move around and not worry about the position of it. So we're going to put one in there, and we're going to shift these around just a bit more, just so it's all a bit more linear. Keeps it clean. Okay, and that one as well. Okay, so, and then pop the rest of these in as well. There we go. That's better. So that's all nice. And the idea of this now is to shape this so that foot comes right over the top, and hopefully be a bit cleaner in terms of the way the polys are going to look as well. So we won't have these huge rectangular polys. We'll have a nice sort of almost set of tidy square polys instead, hopefully, he says. So yeah, just a little bit there, that's okay. Just drop those down a little bit. So there you go. Okay, and then what we can do is begin to build up the rest of that from there. And it's starting to slow down on the quad draw again, so probably time to delete a bit more history. And let's see if we can get that in there. No, that's going to go. No, that's not going to go. Where's that? It's not meeting itself. This is always a fun bit when Maya decides to do this sort of thing. As you can see, it's starting to get stuck a little bit. Okay, in this situation, do this. Okay. Done. That was one of the things I found. If things were getting stuck and you couldn't align them properly, just create a poly and then just join them all up. Usually it works a treat, which you've just seen. So quick workaround there for you. Because it can be a little bit temperamental. A bit like the artist. So all good. And we're going to hit the B key and we're just going to smooth that out a little bit more. There we go. Not too much, I don't think. Let's just pull that back down a bit. Pull that down. Okay, that's pretty good. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to start to build into the toe. Just try and line up some geo. And move that across into there, I think. In fact, let's do this. And pull this one up and round a little bit more. Just a bit more with that. Okay, because if good thing to do is use these as like a guide point, so you can see where your toes are on the mesh, and then what you can start to do is start placing your mesh in accordance to where you think the geo might go. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to break out of this now, like this, turn off the quad draw and the live for the moment, and we're going to create a cube because it's going to be the far easiest way to go around and do this. And what we'll do as well, I think, let's just is create a shader. So we're going to assign a new material. We're going to assign a blend to the our actual build mesh, and let's just delete some history while we're there. I'm just going to give that a work color, okay, so we know what's what. That'll do. Okay, so this will help us determine, and we'll assign that same shader to our cube as well. And what I'll do is get that into a position. And this will be our sort of starting point for our toe. Excuse me. Okay, and let's just get the tool to object so we don't have to keep fiddling around with the axis all the time, trying to line everything up, so we can go straight in and do that. So there we go. So I'm going to pop that straight on the ground there, as near as damn it. And what I'm going to do now is just move this over, pop this down. See, because we've got all this mess in between our scan, so it just makes sense to just come out of that. I know we did the additional stuff under the arm and everything, but in this case, I mean, this is really bad down by the foot. It's almost like a dog's paw with the fur on it. So best thing to do is just come out of there and basically just go manually and start to do this way. And it's not, it's no big deal. We all make stuff from scratch anyway. Well, I'm assuming you do. And then just start adding, bits of geo, like so. and we can start to shape this up just by, in fact, we'll add another loop around the middle so we can help with how we shape it. So first of all, and I'm going to use the edges as well, just so we can see, and get an idea of how round and things can be. And let's just do this like so. And again, we'll do the top like so. So you can see where I need to come out, but by round, let's keep it round as we go. And like this, so that's all good. And then just going to grab these verts, squeeze these in, and again just going to start to bring bits and pieces out again. So there you can see, a little bit of shape required still. Let's go back to our layer. Okay, just turn it off for a moment, delete those back faces, and what we can do is just bring that down ever so slightly like that. Okay, and bring that across just a bit more, widen that. Okay, and let's just use this as a template for now. That's pretty good. So what I'll do is just move that back, because you can still see that toe's quite wide from the top there. Okay, so just going to nudge that a little bit more and just pull that there. And we're going to put in another one around here somewhere. So about there. And again, we'll just keep tweaking this for a little bit. Like so. Let's just bring that up. Bring that in. Okay, so we need to put another one in here as well now. Whoops. Then we start to round out. Again, doing all your shaping at the early stage, because basically you don't want to be doing it all, especially by hand. And like I said, you could go into ZBrush and do it, but at this stage, you really want to do, especially with a model like this, you want to just go in and do it at this sort of level. Like I always say, ZBrush is a complement to your model, really, at the end of the day. It helps you, get more detail at the end of it, at the end of the whole process, really. You can do shape changes and things like that with it, but it's like when you do drawing and stuff like that. You do all your detail last, do your blocking first. I know a lot of artists that I know and work with, they all like to do their ZBrush stuff. Some are very passionate about it more than others, some more than others. But sometimes I think there is a slight some people can be a bit overzealous with it. I think they want to go down the path of being too clever too soon, and I think sometimes the basics do pass certain people, and which is why we are showing you this, because we want you to see it from the ground up, and then the finished article as well later on. Okay, so that's not bad. That's all there. Okay, so what we want to do is we're going to put another loop in just here. Okay, and that's going to be this area here. Now it's going to be the nail. Very simple process to create this. Whoops. You don't need to get bogged down doing stuff with this either. So all it is selecting those faces. You can extrude it however you want. Let's just tilt that back a little bit. Oops, no we won't. So we'll just make that, yeah, let's drop that down just a bit more, like so. And then what we'll do is that, and then just bring that forward ever so slightly, and then like so. And again, you know, have a look at your own nails if you feel the need, and then what you can do, start to round things out a little bit more, like so. And again, this is a, you know, it's like a starting point really, and we can just start to round things out a little bit more. Let's just push that back a bit. There we go. And then I just drop these down ever so slightly. Push that there. Just push it slightly under the front of the nail. And we can bring that out, right out to the side. And that's pretty much basic sort of nail creation 101. Very, very basic. And again, if, you know, depending on what the need is for the particular character, you may end up having to create separate UV sets for nails to determine the sort of surface type, you know, because nails are made out of enamel, calcium type stuff, whatever it is they are made of. If someone can correct me on that, that's fine. But yeah, so, you know, they're all made out of this different sort of texture, if you will, to the skin. So, you know, you may want to separate things out. Actually, let's just pull that back just a tiny bit and then bring that forward, back rather, towards that nail there. And there we go. So, and we'll bring that up. See, again, even though it's very, very basic geometry, you can see what it is. So, you know, there we go. So let's get the scan back up. So we can just ease this back a little bit more, like so, and we will make a slight sort of form change just in there, just to give us a bit more definition on that. So there we go. So that's pretty good. And then we'll just go down to a vertex level and start to pull this stuff around a little bit more. So again, it might seem like I'm taking ages just to build the toe, but you've got 5 of these to do, you know, and you don't want to keep going over and over and over. You know, we will have to elongate these ones, but these will become more stumpy as we go. But if you keep the general shape there, you know, it's just a lot less to, you know, muck around with. So you can just grab that lot there and, you know, you can thin it out straight away. So you can see what I'm trying to get at, you know, again, with the least amount of geometry to determine those shapes. So I'm trying to save sort of time while I'm showing this as well. But I would do this in a normal production modeling process if it was to be, you know, if it was a set task for myself. So I would try and get these sort of things done and dusted as soon as possible. The lengthy part of the process is when you come to do any sculpting on these on any of these digits, because obviously, you know, there's like a little knuckle, if you will, and you know, you get tendons and things like that that may need to be seen, you know. So, you know, if you look carefully on this scan, you can see sort of veins and stuff that have been picked up, and areas of the muscle have been picked up. So those are the things that will get, you know, projected across, you know, veins on top of the hands. So these things get projected across after the fact. So the more you do on the base level, the you know, and keeping it clean, the better it's going to be in the long run, for when you come to do all the small stuff later on, if that all makes sense. Okay, so that toe's done. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to quickly, just very quickly, go to our UV editor. There we go. So you can see the general layout of the UVs at the moment. I'm just going to turn off the scan, and let's just scale this back a little bit. I don't need it to fill the whole screen. I don't want to integrate it with my work GUI either. Okay, so basically all we're going to do, let's go to UV, let's go to, where are we, planar, and just do it on the y-axis. So that's applied and done. Okay, and then we'll cut it. I think, let's have a quick look. Let's just cut it through the middle for now. Let's just cut that like so. Select the shell. I'm not running through the UV tools at all in here because, again, like I said before, I'm assuming, you know, because you picked up this tutorial, you know for the most part what you're doing, because this is quite, you know, like I say, it's going to get quite advanced later on, and I'm hoping that, you know, you understand the modeling process for the most part. But again, the idea is to show you the edge flow, the workflow of how to create a digi. Okay, so that's that done. And what I'll do is actually, I think this is the outside here on this side. So we'll stitch it up onto this side. So the any seams that get textured, the seams are hidden on the inside there. Not that we generally have to worry about that too much anymore. So let's just move and sew those. So that will be that particular toe done. Unfold that, and we'll just scale it back a little bit. I haven't set any of the image range or anything like that I do for my own personal sort of UV layout. I've not even touched it on this, to be fair. But usually I would, for the, where's the grid? The view for the grid, I would have that, keeping it, because of Mari set up, so that'd be 10 units. And then every one, I think, if that's correct. Yeah, that's correct. So you'd have 10 UDIMs across and 10 UDIMs up, because that's how Mari works. Only across, it goes in 10 UDIMs. Upwards, it can go as many as you want. I think it's up to about 500 is the max I've actually used personally. So yeah, keep it at that, and you should be fine. What else was there? And the custom tool shelf, you can control shift and just drag stuff out of these like you would with your normal tools. You can do that as well within the UV editor. I usually have a general set of stuff that I use, like cut, sew, rotate, flip, and that's it. And yeah, that's generally all I use really for those. I don't get into masses and masses of tech. Although personally, I do have a couple of plugins that I've bought personally for my own use that I do keep on my shelf, even at work, for arranging massive sets of UVs, which is very useful, especially when you're doing hard surface stuff with nuts and bolts and panels and everything else that comes with hard surface work. So I do have a little automated setup as well, which is always worth it because it is very time consuming. As much as I love doing UVs, it can get really time consuming at times. And so, you know, you can waste time on them from time to time. So there we go. So that's that bit done. Let's go back to our scan, and what we're going to do now is delete some history there, hide that, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to duplicate a copy of that off, leave that over there for now for the other toes, and now we're going to combine this. Okay, I've got shortcuts on my shelf for this sort of thing, so all good. And then back to that, and then we're going to reselect the scan itself, make that live, go back to our modeling toolkit, and go back to quad draw. So now this is going to be the fun part of the doing this itself, because we've got to join it up, and it can take a little bit of patience and stuff to do. So there's no shortcut, unless you want a messy mesh at the end of the day. There is absolutely no shortcut in that's going to determine how you actually do this. There are ways we can sort of do the meshes and stuff, and do it like I'm doing here, and then you can reroute meshes, and so you don't have to keep recutting and everything else to go with it. So what I will do is I'm going to join this up here. Whoops, wrong one. There as well. Okay, and then we can start to just move things around. In actual fact, I didn't want to do that like so. Oops. So let's get rid of those a moment. What I wanted to do is add the extra ones in there, so then I can move those up and around. So it just gives us a little bit more to play with the mesh itself. That was something I did have in mind that I didn't do earlier. It was just too concentrating too much on the getting this done and getting the toes started to get the toe attached. So again, luckily we've kept it low resolution. Now we can just move things around and we're good. So what I will do is attach the first toe, and we'll call it a day on that chapter, because otherwise we'll be going on forever just attaching toes, and then we'll come back and look at the rest of the toes and everything. What I will do is get them shaped up. I don't want to go through shaping every toe in one chapter, because that's just going to get very, very tedious for you as the viewer. I'm sure you want to get on with learning something, not watch me pulling too many verts around on someone's toes. So we're going to do that. We'll attach this, take a break in between while I do this, come back into chapter 9, and we hopefully will be able to attach the rest of the toes. But what I will do is shape them accordingly first, without you having to watch that painful process. So just going to shift these about a bit more. Okay, that makes more sense to me now. Just pop that up a bit more there and there. So now that makes more, for me, it's more workable to get that popped in there correctly, like so. That's better. That's what I wanted. There we go. Okay, so we'll put some extra geo in there and there. Okay, and we'll call it a day on this chapter for now, and we'll come back in a bit after I've reshaped those toes, and we'll go from there. And then once all those are attached, we'll then start looking at the lower foot, get that space all filled in properly as well, and yeah, we can move on hopefully to the hand. So that's the primary toe done for this one, and as I said, I'll reshape the rest, separate the UVs out so they're not overlapping, and yeah, we'll come back and join those up, and we may again probably be a bit more manual work, just to get the edge loops sort of all flowing around, things like that, which is no big deal. Yeah, so it's getting there. It's just lots of tinkering and tweaking and moving things around just to get stuff to fit. But as you can see, it's all looking very clean. Let's just give that a bit more relaxing there, and there as well. So it's all looking clean, which is exactly what you want. Yeah, and there we go. So I shall see you shortly in part 9. Cheers for now. Hello, welcome to part 9. So we're just going to crack on with the foot. As you can see, I've duplicated the toes across, and those have taken the UV from the big toe as well as it's gone. So what we're going to do now is start to join all these toes up, which is going to be a bit of an interesting exercise in itself. I will be adding sort of the odd edge loop here and there, and a bit of editing. It can be a little bit of a teaser to sort this out, especially when you're trying to keep the mesh itself as low res as possible. What you may notice here as well, we've got a slight twist in the actual side of the little toe, which I noticed on the scan that we have. Let's just pull that up. So there's a slight twist to it, so you can see there it twists in. So I've left that as is for now. We may need to do a little bit of sort of tweaking and revision on this area here, I think, or even around here, because there's a slight ball to the side of the little toe as well. And I'm going to try and define that as well as we go, because I think it will be worth putting that in. I know it's only a small detail. We haven't put tons of detail in right now, but it's just one of those areas I think would benefit just the look in that area, just to make it a little bit more natural, without relying too much on the final projection of the mesh itself. So just to help it along. Obviously what goes on here is a little bit different to here, because this is all sort of like folded up and everything else here. So I'm just going to add in a little bit of clean geometry as we go. Sort of had a bit of a think about it while I was doing the toes themselves. So yeah, we're pretty good to go there, I think. So let's get cracking. It's going to be a little bit of a tricky one. We need to suss this out in terms of joining up. We've obviously got more polys across here than we have across here, so there might be a little bit of looping and stuff going on, but we'll deal with it as we go. It's just one of those things with modeling that you have to deal with on a daily basis. So right, so what we're going to do, we're going to crack on and combine these together. Okay, and then what we're going to do is going to join these up like so. Okay, just going to hit the G key just to repeat the command. Just going to edit this as well, so that can come up there. So this is going to represent the sort of skin or the web between the sort of the toes that we all have, and we also have something that's very similar on the hands as well. So it's just one small little detail that is worth putting in as well. It's not just a case of joining the toes next to each other. There is something in between. So it's always worth doing this. So let's join these up with the old poly bridge. Again, just got it set to the lowest possible setting on my shelf, because I don't use it really for anything else other than just sort of creating singular polys and stuff like that. So all good. So there we go, that's all done. The other thing that's worth doing is to actually just sort of tweak these little areas, because obviously the toes are at a slight angle. If you look at your own, your toes aren't sort of straight across in a block. They do have this kind of shape to them. So it's worth just sort of looking at the detail on your own toes as well, see how they look. And if you look on the scan, you can see, they slope right around as well. So all good. Okay, so that's done. What we need to do, I think, now is let's just tweak that a little bit. Okay, what I think we're going to do now is, if we just bring that scan back up, just going to delete some history here. That's it, get rid of that. And we're going to make that live again and turn our wireframe off. And let's go and grab the modeling toolkit and grab our quad draw. So what my intention is to try and join up these toes as cleanly and as quickly as possible for this particular chapter. Like I say, I can foresee a couple of problems already, but I think with the addition of putting in the extra bit of geo just sort of in down here, I think it's going to help immensely for that. I'm not going to go around and join the whole foot up on the bottom, but I just want to show you how to join the toes up from the top view, and then hopefully you can replicate that across the bottom of the sole of the foot. And for the most part, the geo is going to sort of match as you go across with a bit of luck. So, but I'll do that in between this chapter and the next one when we move on to the hand. So let's crack on. So I think what we need to do is just put in a couple of bits of geo here and see how we get on. And I'm just going to start to bring these across as well. And what I'm looking at is getting some geometry put in so we don't interfere with any deformation going across the toes. So anything that I feel relevant that will sort of interfere with that will keep the sort of odd geometry just a little bit out of the way. Obviously this will get subdivided at the end of the day anyway once you make a render mesh, but the good thing is to still keep it as clean as physically possible. But for now, we're just dropping this rough stuff in, or the low res stuff rather, just to get us going and see how we get on. So let's bring that across, and that one, and that as well. Okay, and I'm going to do here, oops, don't want that like that. Okay, like so. Just a small tweak. Might be a little bit of manual work with the split poly tool and stuff. But again, it's kind of expected, especially with this kind of work close up now. So yeah, what we will do is create this actual set of polys all the way across here, I think. Is that going to be a problem one? Could be. Ah, there we go, got it. Okay, all right, so I'm just trying to keep the line of the toes going all the way across. We may need to sort of shape this just back a little bit as well as we go, which is pretty simple to do. I don't really need to explain what I'm doing there. Okay, so just keep that line going across so we don't get too much clutter as well. Okay, so that's all good, and we'll create two more here, and I think this is where we'll stop the model there, because this is where it's all going to start to sort of join up and things. So we'll stop that there, and I think actually no, let's not do that for the moment. Let's do this. Okay, so this is what I think we should do for this sort of area. So it still keeps it four-sided, as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4. But we're just sort of creating like a bridge, if you will, to the next set of polygons. Okay, And what you can see, this is why I've kept this sort of shape out of the way of these toes across here, because they will sort of be in the area of deformation. But once these have been subdivided twice, there's going to be a lot more vertices to deform anyway, so it's not so bad. And chances are your character's going to have shoes on, so it's really not going to matter. Had we been up with the more of the finger area, it would have been a different kettle of fish, I think. So let's just join these up like so, and again sort of getting the loops to join up like so. So what we're going to do here and here, and then bring this down. This is where it's going to get a bit interesting, I think. Here and here. And I think what we may need to do, let's have a look here. What have we got? I think we can do this. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. So we get that sort of lump, if you will, on the side of the foot, just there. And we just need to bring that up. Can't grab that. There we go. Let's just bring that up just so we can join it for the time being. There we go. That's okay. And again, shape it just to give it, so nothing's too square. We've got something to deal with there, so that's absolutely fine as far as I'm concerned. We may have to deal with the this poly on the other side, but like I say, you've gotten this far with the model. You should be able to work out. You may even be able to work out a better way of doing this than what I'm doing right now. It is a little bit pressured when you do a video like this, but hey, it's all the fun of it as well. So that's all good. So what I'm going to do is just space this out a little bit more. Like so. And bring that back a bit more. Let's hit B. Just to relax that just a tiny bit, coming around off of there. There we go. And let's just pull that up just a tiny bit more. So we didn't really need to do too much manual labour there. I think we will need to for the base of the foot, but like I said, I'll be doing that off camera anyway, because I don't think it wavers a complete chapter on how to do the sole of the foot. But I'll come across, once I get to it, then I'll determine what needs doing, and also inform you on the next chapter before we move on to the hand. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. I'm pleased with that. Okay, great. And last but not least, we'll just run a couple of, one big loop, whoops, through there, and just gently move these over just a little bit more. So it's still keeping it clean. But just keeping them out of the way of the more deforming areas. So that's all good. Okay, and there we go. So that's the toes all joined up. And what we can do to show you what I was getting at just a little bit earlier is if we just come off of the mesh, turn the make live off. Let's go turn our scan off. So just a quick bit of manual work here. Okay, and just to, there we go. There we go. So that's all nice. And that's good. So that there, that's good. Happy with that. And there as well. Okay, so what we're going to do is just delete some history, and I'll show you what I mean when it comes to, let's say, the render model itself. So let's say this is the finished article, and just to show you what's going to happen with these areas here. So if we go mesh and then go to smooth, and with a render mesh generally we do 2 subdivisions on top of what we already have. So if we hit apply, there we go. So that really is pretty clean, and you know, our deformation is going to be across those toes. These areas are not affected per se, so it's all good. And the same with that area there. Had we left it at a low res, that's going to be pretty awkward, but when you have this as a low res mesh and it's an animation mesh, this doesn't matter. So the animation will be baked, etc., and then the animation will drive the render model and so on. But that's, the render model is weighted and skinned properly in areas that are high res anyway, or on a high res mesh. It's all done completely properly. Because you'd have muscle systems of blend shapes and all sorts on the high-res mesh. So, you know, you've got to take those things into account that it's going to be used for. But as I've just showed you, you know, once this gets subdivided, you know, small things like that, you know, they can just go out the window. So that's all good. And there you go. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to carry on with the base of the foot, shape it up a bit more around the heel and the inner and the arch of the foot there. And in the next chapter, when we come back, it's going to be on to these guys. So we're going to be doing something very, very similar. Going to be trying to keep the geometry, you know, as best possible, and anything that is unsavory, if you like, with edge loops and stuff, we'll try and eliminate those as we go, just like we have done with the foot. So that's all good. So thanks for watching, and I'll catch you in part 10. Hey, and welcome to part 10. If you've got this far and managed to join up all your toes and everything else, then great stuff, well done. So just a quick recap from the last episode. Let's have a quick turn on of the old wire mesh there. I'll delete the history as well while we're there. So as you can see, this is all done in accordance with the mesh against the scan, as what we've been doing so far. And then what I've done in the interim is gone back in and done the bottom of the foot as well, done the sole. Used a similar setup along here. Obviously there's a little bit of jiggery that we did following round from the small toe here, which has worked very nicely. It's very clean and stuff there, so that's all good. And with the extra loops here, what I've done, I've brought it up to the basically the base of the heel, the center of the heel, beg your pardon, and because that's going to be an area that's not going to deform, so it's a sort of a nice place to sort of finish the edge loops around there. And as I explained before in the previous part, if we go to mesh and smooth and apply, and what you're going to get is this kind of look to it, but it's not going to affect your deformation, if at all, when you come to do any rigging, if that's your intention of doing that after doing this exercise of building the digi. Okay, so let's undo that. Okay, there we go. And what we're going to do now is continue onwards with the hand. And basically this is just going to be exactly the same principle as we did with the toes, except we're going to be doing this with the thumb and the forefinger only for this particular chapter. And we're going to start to build the hand onto it as well. And that's all we're going to do for that chapter, because I don't think it's absolutely necessary to repeat on the hand exactly the same principle and workflow as what we've done with the foot itself. So it's going to be the same principle all over again, but on the hand. So we're not going to do any chapters following up from that, because essentially, if you've gotten this far, and done all this yourself, there's no point repeating the process when you can just go back and look at the sort of the chapter with the foot. The only difference, however, is with fingers, you've got 3 knuckles. So you've got the one, let's have a look here. You've got one here, and obviously the one on the top of the hand as well. And when it comes to the thumb, it's a bit of a strange one, the thumb, because it's got more degrees of rotation as opposed to backwards and forwards, and a little bit of side to side. You can almost do a circular motion with your thumb. So, because you've got the joints here, so you've got one there, and almost at the base of the palm there. So you've got 1, 2, 3 in a different place, if you will. 1, 2, 3, sorry, 4. I've got that one there. So you can see the knuckles and the bumps where the joins are. So there's your knuckle, there's a knuckle. You could call that a knuckle, I suppose. And then obviously it rotates in the sort of the palm area as well. So that's where you really want to sort of start to look at those things when you do a rig as well. There are a few tutorials out there, if they're still available, on how to rig a thumb and stuff, but we're not doing that for this exercise. It's just purely about building the mesh. So on that note, let's crack on. So I'm going to do something that we did pretty similar with the toe, and that's just going to create a polygon cube. Okay, going to bring that up, and just going to scale that down like so. And again, it's a real quicker way to get a finger done in this manner, as opposed to going in with the quad draw tool, as I mentioned before when we did the toes. It's just going to be a lot easier to determine the shape and the form this way, a lot quicker. Okay, so let's just pull that out a little bit more. And we don't need that end. Let's just get rid of that for the moment. And what we're going to do is just going to cut in a couple of loops, one there and one there for now. Okay, and just going to create, just going to create the tip of the finger for the moment. Okay, like so. It's about right. And maybe just move that forward just a little bit. Okay, so we're good there. And just in case you wondered what was going on there, not everybody uses this sort of principle in modeling. But what this enables you to do, if you've got a mesh that's very, very complicated, that sort of twists and turns and sort of sometimes intersects, this enables you to go in. If you go to vertex face, this enables you to go in and select the components while they're split up, so you can get rid of intersections on a kind of a more basic level without too many corners joining, etc. So if you go vertex face again, oops, there we go. So yeah, you can just select that particular vertex, and then you can basically go in and just start editing things like that to avoid intersecting meshes and stuff like that. It's pretty good when you get going. I don't use it a lot. I've used it from time to time, but it's worth it when you get to it, or if you ever come across that. So anyway, onwards. What we're going to do now is we're going to move this around. Actually, let's go to our object mode. And we're going to get this into position. Like so. Okay, that wasn't a bad guess as to where the position of the knuckle was there for the middle of the finger. Might be a little bit long there, but that's all okay. Okay, so what we want is to start moving stuff about. And what you may find as well, again, what we can tend to find with production processes as well, like I've said to you with this guy's completely asymmetrical, and you're going to get the same thing again on the hand. It doesn't matter how close the pose may look, it's going to be a lot different. So just be prepared to be moving things around. If you're ever in that position, or lucky enough to be creating a digidouble for VFX, film, television, or even games, especially if there's a scan being used, as I've said before. But if you're lucky enough, you will have to match the scan initially, and before the tidy up process begins of putting the hands in a more sort of relaxed manner for rigging and then obviously animation. So just be prepared. There's a lot of little things that I don't think people realise happen. And saying that, the same thing can be said as well with hard surface stuff. You do get models that are pretty intense and do need to sort of look like what they did on set or wherever, or via concept. So essentially what happens is they like to have it looking like the concept or what was scanned on set, and then you make it a bit more tidier afterwards to be production ready, which is kind of similar process to what we're doing now. So that's pretty much done there. Okay, and what I'm going to do before we do anything else, I'm just going to duplicate this so we've got it ready for the thumb in a bit. Okay, so now I've got to add a few more loops. I'm going to start to tweak this fella a bit more. And what we're going to do is put one through there. Okay, and let's go to our edge mode. Okay, like so. And just slowly bring this in. There we go, there's the tip there. And this little bit here, we can slide forward just a smidge. And the same with that. We'll just bring that forwards a little bit as well. So that's looking pretty good. And then just the base of this, we're going to start to round out a little bit more as well. It's in a bit of a tricky area under there, so we'll just do our best with what we can at the moment. And also, if we just grab the vertex towards the back there as well. Okay, so just round it out as you go at this low level stage, because it's going to make life a lot easier than if you have to do it with 1,000 verts as opposed to 10 or 15 or whatever it is that we have here. So there we go there. Okay. And then what we need to do is just start to curve those back in on the side. And just there as well. And just bring that back. And now I'm going to start, oops, we don't want to grab the scan. Right, that's better. Put it onto a reference layer or reference mode. Alright, let's do that. Okay, so that's a bit better. Good. And then what we can do is start to push that up. And bring that center of that finger out just a bit more there. So as you can see, I'm really shaping it at a very low level because it's just going to help us a bit more later on. And what we will need to do is pop the next set of loops in around the joint area here, and the same with this one just here. Okay, because if you look at your own finger and thumb, there is a crease. Let's just hide this a moment. There is a crease where we bend our fingers. So what we want to do is try and replicate that as best possible. Okay. So mine's just looking at mine's slightly offset from the top of the knuckle. So this is just this area here, which is the one that we're going to use to cause the indentation. Whoops. So we're just going to do that and pop that like so, and around there as well, and just slide that back ever so slightly just to level that out, and do the same here, and then just push that out a little bit more. Okay, and that bit's done. And then what we need to do, just push that in a bit so we sort of start to get the defined area where we're going to place the nail, just like we did with the toe. Okay, and then what we can do as well, just to round that out just a tiny bit as well on top, because our fingers aren't as square as we think. Okay, and then with the same with this one. Just push those in, and maybe just bring these ones back out just a tiny bit. That might be a bit extreme there. Let's have a look. Oh no, it is quite far up. So we need to just push these inwards. There we go. And like so as well. Okay, and that's all that is, really, pretty basic. And then what we will do is pop in this part as well, and then just bring our scan back, and as we can see, it's a lot rounder, and therefore we'll start to tweak those areas in as well. So I'm just going to turn that off just for ease of use. There we go. And by adding that one there, it allows us to gain the roundness required for the rest of the finger, which is nice. Okay, so let's just pull that over. Same with this. So as you can see, it's a pretty straightforward process. A little bit tricky here and there. But yeah, like I say, it's pretty straightforward. The biggest issue, like I say, is when you come to pose the character, if you will, into a more valid pose for rigging. to use and set up for animation, because you don't want sort of overlapping fingers and thumbs and strange poses. You want to keep it as clean and as simple as possible. That's going to allow for joints, joint controls, and all sorts to be able to be selected and placed into the model, ready for whatever it's going to be used for. Okay, so I think we've done all right there. I think that looks pretty decent. Let's have a quick look at that against the... Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, that's another thing as well. The knuckle there in the middle, it does tend to widen if you have a look at your own fingers as a reference. I mean, you can still see it on the scan, but like I say, this scan's not brilliant. It's a bit soft in places, but you can make out the form, so it's all good. But it is just worth using, yourself, or just sort of reference hanging nearby to go over it. Okay, that's a lot better. But again, we've still got a lot of tidy up to do in one chapter that's planned. But we'll get there. Okay, let's just bring that out a little bit more. Oops, probably a bit too far there. And bring it up and out. There we go. Okay. And last but not least, our nail. Okay. So just going to extrude this like so. And then just push that and tilt that back in. And then going to extrude that again. Okay. There we go. It's pretty painless. And then just round that back out. And what we do need is one more of these through the middle there. And just, whoops. So just push that out to the side. Also, again, check the shape, because some people's nails, they're a lot different, a lot longer, a lot narrower, just depending on the sort of hands that you may have, or the hands of your reference as well. But also, like we've got here right in front of us, the scan of the hands as well. But depending on what you're using, I've actually had to create digis in the past, and there was no detail whatsoever on the hand, so my hand was used for the ZBrush pass. So myself rather, I use my own hand to detail, as a user's reference to detail a hand on a digi-double model. And it's my hands, because I've got fairly big hands as well. My hands have been used as reference for the Hulk in Avengers Endgame, which was quite funny to do. So yeah, all good fun. So that some small perks to the job in that respect. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I think that will suffice for that for now. Let's just bring that in as well, just there. And bring that in there as well. So there we go. And let's just check that mildly against the scan. What I think we can do is just bring this lot back ever so slightly. Let's just check underneath. We've got everything we need, yep. And we're just going to bring that back and up a little bit as well. And we'll just pull that finger back down and forward. So there we go. That's our forefinger sort of pretty much complete for that. So instead of redoing that all over again, what I'm going to do is use this for the thumb. And before we do that as well, we're going to go to our UV editor, okay? And we're going to do a quick projection. And on the planar, like so. Just going to minimize that. I'm not worried about the actual projection on the tool because it's going to get flattened out anyway. So it's just to give us a guide as to where we're going. As you can see there, that's what it's going to get cut. And we're going to go to cut and sew. So there we go, that's split. And then we're just going to select the UV there, modify and unfold, and that's done. So I didn't really need to manipulate the tool to get the projection in the right place. It's just put the UVs on there and we've used it straight away. So that's all good. Right, so all I need to do now is check the edges which are there. So therefore we'll join it on this side. Okay. And hide the seam as we've previously mentioned. Not that it really matters these days because Mari does a hell of a lot for you now. So all we can do is move and sew and relax this guy. And just unfold him. There we go. And we're just going to drop him out of the way over here. Let's just get him nice and tidy. Job done. Okay. So he's got UVs on him. And we haven't got to worry about that now for the other digits for the rest of the hand. So onwards, and we're going to duplicate this. Okay. Whoops. And let's do it that way. That'll be a lot easier. And just going to jump over here for the thumb. Thumb's going to be a little bit different, obviously. And there we go. Let's start to pop this in. Like so. And just move that into place. Okay, like that. Just going to widen that a bit now. Okay, and then just going to hide this a moment and grow the selection. There we go, grow. And I think another one should do that. And hit E and snap that there, and we'll rotate that back up like so. I should get that into place quite well. So then what we need to do now is just have a quick look and see where we're at. And I think what we'll do is just lower this just ever so slightly. You can see the grey outline there of the edge of the thumb, and we're just going to drop that down a little bit more. I think as well, just there. That's fine. And find that knuckle, which is going to be about there, I think. Let's just squash that up a bit more. And move this one forward as well. Okay, and we'll just shorten that ever so slightly, because what's going to happen is by the time we get to putting everything together, like I say, we're not going to do the entire thing in this particular episode because it's really not worth the time, because hopefully you would have picked up how to do that in the previous chapter. It's just a case of putting these in and showing you the similarities between things, but obviously we've got a thumb to do as well. So There we go. So just going to bring that, squeeze that in and round. And of course, once we get to put the hand together, we'll start to decipher the loops and the direction and stuff, because obviously we've got to come around this sort of webbed area between the thumb and the forefinger. Let's just hit the shaded mode so we can see. So yeah, you can see what's going on already. I think what we need to do is just pull that up a little bit more and curve it. Okay, just get a bit more thumb-like, and also just going to scale that a little bit more as well. So these are the areas that are going to matter when we come to do the other stuff and putting it all together. But again, it's just one of those things that you have to deal with. So that's the actual knuckle that we require. The other one will be built there in this area here. So I think what we can do is actually afford to lose that one. Actually, no, we'll leave that, I think. Yeah, that's what we need to do, is pull that one forward, because that's the actual bend in the front of the knuckle there. So that's fine. We can just use this as the curve now. So we can actually lose. No, let's not take it out. But what we will need to do is just lose that inner crease, because it's got to be part of this one. Okay, so just for now, let's just turn off that scan. There we go. So that's the boy we don't want. Okay, so I'll just take that out. And this is the one that we'll need to crease. Okay, like so. And then start to just level that up. Just tidy up a bit. And there we go. Yeah, I think just square this off a little bit more. And give it a little bit of shape. This is a bit wider. Okay, like so. That's all right. That's all good. And again, we'll have to tweak that once everything starts to get into place. But you can see now what I've done. I've used these previous edge loops to garner the shape towards the front where the nail would be here. And also, actually, we can square that off, because the thumb's a bit of a different, bit of a character all by itself on most people's hands. There we go. So make it a bit wider. Looks a bit more like a bloke's hand. All right. So there we go. And we'll just pull that across, and I think that's doing pretty good there. Okay, so again, it's the same process as what we did with the toes, but obviously I want to show you this like this, and then we can move forward with everything else in that respect. So it's a good way to see how awkward these things are before you go in and, you know, work the magic on them, so to speak. So that's all good, and actually we can bring that around to there. So that'd be a nice little place to finish that. So what I'm going to do is, now we've got those in place, we've got the UVs ahead as well on those, that's all done. And so we're pretty much ready to join up the rest of the arm to the hand. So let's just make that live and let's combine those together for now. There we go. Just turn off the history for that. And let's go to our modeling toolkit. And I'm not going to do all of this, but it's just to show you that the same principle is now going to apply, although it's going to be a slightly bit different because obviously we've got to deal with the thumb in this area. But what I'm going to do is start to join it all up, see where our geometry is going to go, and hopefully in between the next chapter I'll get that all finished, and it'll be there for you to look at as a model as well when you grab this tutorial. And also the other thing as well is we'll more than likely do sort of some form of shape, sort of poly-wise, for the knuckles here. So as you can see, what I've just done there, if I can grab it, we just made a sort of a slight shape. Can't grab it. Right, that's it. So we've made a slight shape sort of over that area, which will probably sort of be slightly raised, just like we did with everything else while I've been doing this model. So yeah, that's all that to do. So yeah, so that's what I'm going to do now in the interim between now and chapter 11, and hopefully should have a half decent hand when it comes to it. So that's all that is really. That's the same principle as the foot. It's just a little bit more tricky with the joining of the thumb to the forefinger, and then all the way across again as usual, and then attaching it to the arm. But I'm not going to do all that because it's almost like a waste of a chapter really to just go over the same thing again. So just use the same principle as the foot, but just do it on the hand, keeping it clean as well at the same time. I'll be obviously trying to keep it as linear as possible for all the deformation and stuff as well. So hopefully chapter 11 you'll come back and you'll see a half decent sort of low res hand that's been built. So I'll see you then. Thanks. Okay, welcome to part 11. In the previous chapter I left you with the thumb and the forefinger, to which we now have, let's have a look, just to isolate select, and to which we now have a forehand, again using the same technique that we did for the foot. So that's all done, and again we've kept all the UVs as well. Let's just show the UV editor for this. There you go, you can see all the fingers there, and there's all the toes that I've rearranged everything accordingly for the time being. So this chapter is going to be relatively short. It's going to be UV based. We're not going to roll through every single tool for UVs. The idea is, and the notion is, that you know what you're doing, so I don't really need to explain too much. But what I will be showing you is the way I do things, just to speed the process up, and hopefully that's what it'll do, and hopefully you'll pick that up and be able to apply it to your own work. So as you can see, our character essentially is cylinders and sort of flat planes, if you will. So you could look at the body as a block and divide that into sort of three pieces: front, side, and back as well. The leg is a cylinder. The foot itself is more of a sort of a cube shape, as is the hand, and the fingers and toes are cylinders as well. The neck is a cylinder, and the head is kind of spherical, but that gets done in a way where you can split the UVs into sort of more planar type sections. I'll be looking at a couple of bits and pieces of how to do this, and like I said, again, we're not going to be going through everything, but it's just to sort of gear you towards the next few chapters that we're going to be doing, where UVs can play a part with your model creation, if you will. It's a pretty neat kind of thing. and hopefully we'll be able to show you how to create, like we said at the very beginning of this tutorial, showing you how to create new characters from one mesh and put the shapes across the board onto your animation mesh and also a render mesh as well. This is what would be classed as now as our base mesh. Okay, so let's get cracking. So what I'd like to do is do the UVs for the leg. So what I'll do is just select a whole bunch of these. Okay, let's just get rid of what we don't need, which is that one there. And let's just pop out where we are. Good, we'll render as in viewport 2. Just feels a bit shiny. Okay, so, and we want to go all the way up. In fact, let's just grow that and just deselect the foot afterwards. So I'm just going to grow the selection. Okay, to there. And deselect that there. Okay, that's all done. Let's just double check that in wireframe. And there we go. So I'm just going to turn that off. Okay, so that's all good. So let's hit back to 5. And what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to use the planar projection tool. Okay, and I'm going to do this down the x-axis. Okay, like so. Okay, so what that's done, it's given us a flat projection completely down the x-axis this way. So now if we go into the UV editor, okay, we can now see our leg shape. Okay, now what we want to do, even though we've got tools like Mari and Substance and things like that at our disposal these days, you still want to basically help out texture artists and the like in keeping seams sort of invisible and helping the work along a lot quicker. So as you can see, I've selected an edge along here and selected the actual loop that's gone all the way down the inside of the leg, and I'm just going to cut that like so. Okay, so that's now split that, and hopefully we should be able to unfold this in a nice kind of way. So we're going to go modify, unfold, and hit apply. Okay, so we've got an error come up, the unfold 3D process error. Okay, so in that case, which is a bit of a strange one because we've been using that all along. So what I'm going to do is scroll down. That must be a plugin error. Hit horizontal and apply that again. And this time we're going to use legacy. And that's given me exactly what I'd expect from Unfold 3D anyway. So that's worked out okay. That's a bit of a strange error, that one. Not too sure why that's done that. So what we'll do is now move this leg to a UDIM. Okay. Now we'll just give it some scale. Just scale that down. Like so. Okay. Now, with this in place, okay, what we're going to do, we're going to keep this sort of like the main size for the leg and the rest of the model. And that means we'll be using several UDIMs going across all the way to number 10, and then if need be we'll go up to the next row and do another 10 and so on. Now depending on what you want to do and how detailed you want your texture maps to be is just going to be dependent on how big your UVs are. So in this case, let's have a look at this. You may want to scale these up like so, which means you'll have to cut them somewhere. So for the case and argument of this tutorial, all we're going to do is just keep these in separate and individual shells in UDIMs. Okay, so we're just going to leave that one there completely. So that's done. Okay, and it'll be the same with the toes and the foot. We'll try and get the foot in with the finger the hand in with the fingers and the foot in with the toes. Okay, and then we'll do the same left and right all the way across. So with that leg done, what we can do now is do the arm. Okay, so we'll start at the wrist, I think, just about there. Just making sure we're on the right track. And again, I'll grow the selection set. Okay, all the way up to the top, or as near as we can go. And we'll use that part of the arm to there as well. Okay, like so. All right, and because it's selected a fair part of the hand, we can just deselect the lower part, which is probably a lot easier than trying to select stuff. There we go. So hopefully we've just got one or two faces to get rid of there. And that's that. Okay, so again, UV, planar, on the X, job done. Okay, and UV editor, let's have a look. Okay, that's all good. And what we'll do is find ourselves an edge on the inside. Again, we're going to hide the seam. And let's have a look. Swing it around. So I think we'll just use the back of that completely. And use that one. And again. Let's see if it all... Oh, we need to cut that. So I'm just going to cut that. Okay. And then modify. Let's do this. In fact, let's delete some history first before we do anything else. Okay, and then go back to UV, then hit unfold, and then let's see if it does it again. Ah, well, it's worked this time on the arm, so that's very strange that it's done it on the leg and not the arm. Okay, that's fine by me, so no qualms there. So I will then bring the arm into this area. And what I'll do once this is all sort of been done is check the scaling of everything and make sure that the UV size and scale tallies with this, and also the toes as well. And we'll have to do that across the board to get everything to work. Okay, so that's all done. So we're golden there. So that's basically leaving us with the body. And let's get the body selected. Just doing this rough and very quick. As you can see, you know, you don't need to go around and be all fiddly with everything because we've got some UVs already set in place. This means that we can be a bit rough with our selection, and especially as a lot of productions have time constraints, you really want to get stuff done as quick as possible without too much fuss. So what that's going to allow me to do now, let's go back to the UV editor. Okay, so as you can see, it's selected that arm and leg, so I just deselected that. So if we go to 4 on our keyboard, we can see everything that we have selected on the body. Okay, and then this time we're going to go to UV planar. Okay, and this time I'm going to go through the Z-axis. Okay, and hit apply like so. Okay, so that's done. In fact, we could add, let's just undo that. And let's get across there, I think. Let's get those in as well. Yep. Okay, so again, UV, planar, job done. Okay. Go back to the UV editor. There you go. You can see the body has been selected. Okay. And what we need to do now is do what we did before. Select an edge, one that's in a decent place for us to cut, like so. And don't forget the crotch area, and we'll keep the seam in line with the inside of the leg. Okay, so that's going to split when we come to do that. And hopefully, okay, that will select that one all the way down there. And that one through there. Okay, and we're just going to split that off like so. Grab the UV. Whoops. Come on to UV shell. Move that across. Now, one of these pieces is going to be flipped. So what we do need to do is check which part, and it's that one, which is the back, hopefully. It is. It's the back. And all we need to do is flip that across like so. And before we do anything else, we are going to delete our history. And what I'm going to do is save this at this point. Okay. And let's grab the front of that, modify, and let's unfold. Okay. Oops. Okay, we've got that piece, and now we've got the back piece. And the back is done as well. There we go. Now these pieces we can put over here for now. Okay, so we're going to keep, again, might have to adjust the scale for these, and what I may end up doing is putting both legs in one UDIM and both arms in one UDIM as well. But again, it just depends on the scale that you want to do your UVs and what sort of detail you want to do yourself. So we'll just move these across accordingly, and we can make them a little bit bigger. Okay, like so. Okay, and I'll leave that there for now. Again, you may want to scale them up, make them big, but it just means you'll end up having to cut them, move another piece into another UDIM. So, these are all the things you have to bear in mind, and all the things that do actually go on, depending on the resolution and type of production that you may be involved in. Okay, so that's done. Okay, and what we can do now, I think, is what should we do? Okay, let's grab what we've got left. So we don't want the face, and we don't want the foot. So that should just leave us with the hand UVs. And again, what I'm going to do is just do a planar on the X, and that's done. Okay, there we go. And again, we'll select the other UVs, deselect the head, we don't want that at the moment. And again, I'm going to hit X. There we go. There's the foot. That's it. And then the face, which is always going to be a fun one. And we're going to do that from the Z axis. There we go. Like so. Okay. And what we'll need to do is split off the neck. Okay. So we can do that here. And around there, like so. Okay. And just take that apart from there to UV shell. Okay, so very quick again, modify, unfold. Okay, and what we will do is keep this sort of together near the head as well once we come to start doing all that sort of stuff. And if we just want to start to see where we're going to start cutting this, this is very subjective of how to do this. So you just really, again, you've just got to decide what's going to be best for you. And yes, we will be cutting out around the ears as well, because the ears can have a massive impact on the way characters are set up as well, and can make a massive difference in terms of UV space, and how UVs can get distributed and stretched and all sorts of things like that. So just something else to bear in mind. Okay, let's deselect this one here as well. This one here. Okay, so that's all good. Okay. And the other one to do is the inside of the mouth, which we will take from here. Okay. And also what we've got is the inside of the eyes, which we'll take from here. On the inside of the lids. Let's take that in there, I think. Let's have a look. Where did I select that from? Oh yeah, just on that edge there, that's fine. Okay. So we've cut that as well. Ears are cut. Neck, and that's that, and that's all good. In some cases, some places do actually cut the lips out as well, so let's just do that for good measure. And then what we will do is split those now, like so. So let's grab the head. There we go. And the ears. Did the ears not come across? No, we didn't. Okay, did we miss one out? I think we did. Yeah, we missed a couple out there, so we can get rid of that. Okay. Let's cut that. And go back around to the other side. Okay, and cut that. Let's see if that worked. Yes, it did. Good. Okay, good. And also the inner mouth as well, which I will also split through the top, like so. And let's just make sure we've not got anything else. And there we go. So what we're going to do is just unwrap this lot very quickly, and we're going to leave that there, and then I'm going to go on to do the hand and the remaining foot, and then what I'll do is, for the next chapter, is get the other half of the model flips over, and then we are ready to proceed to more dangerous waters, if you will, to get sort of stuffed ready to create a bit more sort of magic, if you will, in terms of getting characters made. So let's unfold these like so. We should really have a cut through there. I thought I'd just cut that. Okay. Right, let's cut that. So we've got a stray poly there as well. We'll have to sort that out. Okay, let's pop that back over. That's better. Right. And so let's unfold that. So that's the inside of the mouth. Okay. The other thing as well is when you arrange your UVs, try and sort of keep them in a certain direction. Don't have one sort of, that way and then one the other way and so on, just to make it fit. If you need the space to, make them the right way round, then use it. That's what it's there for. So that's all good. And then let's modify it and unfold the face. No, that's not having it on this occasion. So what we can do, let's just flip this over. Let's flip the UV for that. Let's see if the ears will go. Yep, that one's done. That one's done. So there's the ears. Very, very simple. Okay. And we'll just stick them down here for now. and that's done it. That's okay. But that won't. That's bizarre. That must just be a Maya bug. Okay, so let's go to legacy for this. I'm going to keep it horizontal and apply that. There we go. That's done. I may again modify this ever so slightly. Obviously, we've still got a bit of relaxation to do for UVs in certain areas, especially around the eyes. You want those to look good, that's for sure. So we won't be leaving that like that. So what I'm going to do is leave this chapter here and go on to fix the rest and then do the other side of the body. And hopefully that's given you an insight of how to do speedy sort of UVs. And hopefully when you come to do it, you won't have the error that I've been getting from our dear old unfold tool. But I'll look into that and see why that's doing that, because it shouldn't. But yeah, so there you go. That will call it a day on chapter 11, and I will see you in chapter 12. Hi, welcome to part 12. So as you can see, we've mirrored our body across and merged all the points, and we've done all the UVs for this particular part of the tutorial. As we've shown you in the previous parts, it's not that difficult, and again, this tutorial is not about showing you how every tool works in Maya, but more so getting a digidouble made. So let's have a quick look at our UV editor. So I can just show the UVs. There you go. This is what we have. So what I've done, just a quick explanation. This is basically the head area, okay, for our UVs. Let's just turn that B key off. And the rest is the body and the feet and the hands, as you can see there. Now, what I have done is something that's sort of a little bit of common practice in some cases, is that I've actually left the ratio of the UVs of the head slightly larger than that of the hands and the legs, because sometimes, you know, a lot of places just concentrate on the facial features. So, you know, it's easier to have the UVs for that particular part bigger than the rest. But you know, depending where you work, depending what you do and what your character's needed for, you know, you may make them bigger all across, you know, so everything's the same ratio. So that's basically going to give you more UDIMs to use up and so on. We're going to come back to the UVs in the next chapter, because we're almost sort of towards the end of the whole tutorial now as to what we need to do. But we're going to just trundle through this one and yeah, get some more stuff done and show you a few more bits and pieces that, you know, you can do to get this sort of project, if you will, sort of more understood, and, you know, go through your own pipeline or projects, whatever it is you need to do. So let's close that off. So this is done. We're just going to call this body A, I think, for this one. Okay, so with body A, this is the model that we have been doing, and what I've done between the chapter is I've got the other half of the mesh, copied it across and merged it. As you can see, it fits over our scan quite nicely. Okay, so this has got a very, very natural feel to it. It's an asymmetrical body. Okay, so let's just put that back to 10 and bring that back. But this one, as an example, I've done as well to show you the difference between a natural body, if you will, and a sort of CG-like body that's mirrored exactly from one side to the other. So you can see the differences in that mesh already, okay? You know, the shoulders, one side of the shoulder is sticking back, you know, and, you know, even this back side here, you know, you see one buttock's lower than the other, and so on. If we go to a front view, so you can see here, you know, the gap between the hands, you know, there's a gap there, whereas this one, let's just turn off the scan. You know, this is exactly proportional all the way down. The only thing we've got that's an issue really is the head itself and the alignment of the body, but overall, for the most part, this thing is symmetrical. So let's just move that back to 10. oops, minus 10 rather. Okay, so let's pop that back. So, but if we get this guy, stick him to 0, I mean, this guy's way off. You know, so we've got one arm sort of more over this way, this one's closer, and the head is more over as well. So this one's more symmetrical, but this one's just completely asymmetrical all over. Had I taken the time to make this, you know, completely mirrored, you know, the head would be centered and everything else, it would be absolutely spot on. But for the most part, you know, that's not what we're looking for. Whoops. Let's just put that back, and this guy as well. So, okay. So that's what we've got in terms of the characters. This one will pop on a layer because we want to keep that anyway. Okay, and we'll just turn that off for now. We'll turn that one off and we'll just shove this over to 0. Okay, so what would happen next is if you were to, you know, be creating this properly, if you will, and not in a tutorial environment, is you would now take this model into ZBrush and add all the bells and whistles of, you know, skin pores and so on, and produce all your displacement maps. We're not going to do that for this because that would be a whole nother level of work and stuff to do. But assuming you know what you're doing with this sort of stuff, you know, it's a case of reprojecting details from the scan onto this onto the model that we've built at a higher resolution as well, and then extracting all the maps out for that for later on down the line. However, once that's done, once you've actually done that part of the model, it's then time to actually clean the model up, if you will. And this in effect would be a sort of a case for a rigger or a rigging department, or sometimes even modeling, to straighten the character up, so to speak, as best possible, or something that fits a rig. And then what happens is that fit character would get posed very roughly and then handed back as a mesh for modeling to clean up again. But the good thing is you haven't got to worry about creating or worrying about your displacement maps and stuff because you've already done them. So, you know, essentially all you're doing is just sort of tweaking the mesh here and there. And so, you know, redoing UVs and generating maps isn't going to matter. So what we need to do is, if we look at our character, he is pretty asymmetrical for the most part. So what I think we need to do is balance him out. So if we can imagine this has all been sculpted up and everything else in ZBrush and it's all looking good, we then bring it back, give it to rigging, and rigging would sort of do a pose, or the modeler would do a pose where it's more centered. So that's what we're going to concentrate on for this. So we're going to just grab all this lot. So first thing I think we need to do is sort the body area out. And let's just do this. Okay, hit the B key just so we get a little bit of a soft mod going on in the body section there. Let's just go back into our perspective view and get rid of that selection on the legs. Okay, like so. Okay, back to our front view. So what I'm doing here is emulating what a rigger would do, but obviously they would use a rig, or even the modeler would use a rig to do this. It just depends on your pipeline, really. And let's hit D just to bring that pivot down a little bit. Let's just zoom out. So just bringing him over ever so slightly. Just checking this area here as well. So we can just bring that across, and that's not too bad at all. That's acceptable, you know. And then the other thing, what we can do, we can either go one way or the other with the leg. What I think we'll do, we'll grab this leg and we'll move that over a little bit as well. So let's just grow that selection. Okay. And again, move the pivot. Okay, and I'm just looking at the grid here, just down the bottom here, just to get an idea of sort of distances. So for me, that's good enough. Okay. Just going to higher it just a tiny bit. There we go. So already that's looking a lot better. Okay, now the tricky bit's going to come, which is the armpit area that we sort of touched on earlier on in the tutorial while we were modeling that area. Whoops. So we're going to concentrate on sorting these arms out. Okay. Okay, so let's see what we've got. Let's have a look inside. I don't think that's going to be too bad. Okay, so again, let's just go back to our front view. So again, just a reminder, this is what, you know, if you have a rig or something being put into the mesh, this is what you would actually be sort of dealing with. Let's just move that pivot up just a tiny bit more. Okay, just sort of get an idea of where I think what we do need is a bit more influence just in this area. Let's just move that back up. So that's okay about there. Okay, and what we're going to do is the same with the other side. I didn't use mirror on the tool because sometimes it does get a little bit funky with Maya. So I'm just sort of being as careful as possible with this area here, especially with the mirror tool not being used, because basically it can be a bit of a pain trying to sort that out. Let's have a look here. And D. Let's just bring that up and let's just rotate that out. Oh, I think we've grabbed a bit too many there. Let's go around the other side. Yeah, I think we've grabbed a bit too much around there. Okay, let's see what we got. There's that guy there. And let's do those there as well. Okay, so back to our front view. And grab our rotate tool, hit D just to move the pivot, just to help us out. We've still got a little bit going on there. Let's have a look. Let's see which one it is. I think there's a couple that are inside the body itself as well. Yeah, there is. Okay, let's have a look there. Aha, there's one. So that guy needs to come back a bit. Got a bit of an odd one. Okay, so that's probably my fault somewhere down the line. Okay, let's pop that back in there. Where does that go? Okay, let's keep that outside of that arm. All fun of the fair with modelling. So let's grab this arm again. And whoops. Let's grab the lasso. And let's grow that selection a bit better. Let's do that like this. Okay, and then this time back to our front view again. And let's just grab a few of these verts on the front there, and hopefully we've done a better job this time round. This is why, there we go, that's much better. Okay, so that just keeps that away from there, like so, and our character is, you know, pretty much, for the most part, symmetrical. We could actually, looking at this, we could move him across ever so slightly from the legs. Just here, if you look at the grid, just here, as compared to this side. So let's give that a whirl. It's just very slightly. And there we go. That's not too bad. I think if we go any further, it will look a bit odd. Okay, there we go. So that's now keeping that clean. But at the same time, even though he isn't mirrored, the features of the face are asymmetrical, the hands are asymmetrical. It's just the position of the limbs, really, for the rig, if this was being rigged, that we're dealing with here. So that, for me, is all good. Okay, so I think that's acceptable. So if this has been put in this position by a rigger or a rigging department or even modelling, excuse me, it can in some cases come back looking a lot worse than this. I mean, personally, I've dealt with models that look really rubbery and, you know, taken half the body with them and things like that. So that's where you would then go into something like ZBrush, which we'll do now, just very, very quickly, because I don't want this to drag out as a cleanup exercise. I just want to show you the process of what you would need to do. So we're going to jump over to ZBrush very shortly. But first of all, let's just take a quick look at some of the other areas of the body that may need some attention. Specifically, the hands are usually a problematic area because in some cases, well, probably in most cases actually, we've been quite lucky with the scan because this guy is pretty much, you know, hasn't got any clothes on except for his pants. So what some of the problems you would come across is if you were to get a scan of a fully clothed person, sometimes they've got sleeves and cuffs, you know, halfway across the hand, and so, you know, the hand disappears and you lose proportion of what's going on, and you can get all sorts of artifacts on meshes and stuff like that. So, you know, anatomy is also key thing to know when you're doing this sort of work as well. I myself, I'm not the best modeler with anatomy at all. You know, I just model. I say I just model. Well, I will model what I'm given, and if I have to do digidoubles, then I'll do them. And then, you know, there's always plenty of stuff on hand and things like that to you know, refer to and things like that. But as I said, you know, with this scan in mind, we've been very lucky because we've got the whole hand and stuff there. But even then, you know, we've had sort of bits and pieces where the hand, in this case on the scan, you know, is merged, you know, in the finger area. Like you can see the in between the fingers. So it does make life a little bit difficult when it comes to doing this sort of thing. So you do have to sort of have a bit of an idea of what you're doing, if that makes any sense. But it's all a great learning curve. I don't think there's anyone who works in visual effects, television, film, you know, who isn't learning and picking new stuff up every day and noticing more and more. So it's just one of those things you just get used to doing. So, but yeah, I just thought I'd point that out. But yeah, sometimes you may have to clean up things like fingers and stuff like that, and not so much toes because, you know, we've got shoes and trainers and boots or whatever on, so it's not so bad. So yeah, so that's that all sorted. So what we're going to do for the last part of this chapter, we're going to head off over to ZBrush, and we're going to get this guy exported out, and yeah, we'll jump in there and we're going to clean him up just under the armpit areas and just sort of double check around the areas as well where we need to go, and you know, just sort of tidy bits and pieces up. Feet look a bit pointed down there, but yeah, it's not a problem. So we'll do that, and yeah, that should sort that chapter out. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pause here, and we're going to jump over into ZBrush. Okay, so welcome to ZBrush. I've imported our guy in from a quick export from Maya. So as you can see, you've got a few little bits to clean up here and just around the armpits and stuff. And I've also just noticed a slight little dent in the top of the head there, which we'll just smooth out. Just a little tiny little nick that we can sort of adjust. I think for the most part, actually, you know, the mesh is okay. There's probably a little bit to smooth out on the legs there. But yeah, I think that works okay for us. So what we're going to do is, again, like I say, just concentrate on these armpit areas, just to take those back in a little bit, because he's sort of looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger at the back there. I don't think this guy is actually that sort of wide across the chest. So let's get cracking. So the first thing we want to do that always helps in situations like this is our polygroups. And so I'm taking this part of the tutorial to just explain what polygroups are, and that's basically your UVs on the arms and legs and everything are sort of like split into groups. And what you can do once you bring your model into ZBrush, you can actually group the UVs. Okay, and they'll give a different color to significant parts of the mesh, and this enables you to hide them out and stuff like that if you need to get into sort of cranky areas like under the arms, like we have to very shortly. So, but first, what I'm going to do is just sort this little bit out on the back here. I mean, I could do it in Maya, but it's just a quick jobby. We can just pull that out, just quickly give it a bit of a smooth, and that's done. In some cases, you may use a higher resolution mesh than this. In some cases, you may not. Just depends what you get given from the previous sort of section that I was mentioning with the rigging department and stuff. So it just depends what they give you, and then you'd have to adjust everything and sort of save that out across the board with different resolutions of mesh. But that's what we're going to get to once we've done this bit of cleanup. So as you can see, I've hidden the arm, and we've got this stray sort of area just here. Now, if you hit the shift key and smooth, it takes a bit of time to do with smoothing. So the other option is, what you can do as well is move it, okay, like so. But what I want to show you is something that not everybody is aware of. When you get spiking like this in ZBrush, it can be really difficult to eliminate just with the smooth brush itself. So the best thing to do is, with the shift key pressed down, so we've still got our smooth tool invoked, hit the brush modifier, go down to smooth brush modifiers. Okay, we've got this min connected setting here, points to smooth. If you drop that right down to 1, it'll eliminate that. It's just a setting, that's all it is, and I don't think many people are aware of it. Let's see. If I do that, it smooths everything out. Okay, it's just a really odd thing, but very useful. So that's enabled me to get more of a shape in that area now. And what we're going to do, I'm going to hide this arm. I'm going to do the same on this side as well. So I'm just going to drop the intensity just a little bit. Okay, and we're just going to move these sort of areas up a little bit more. It's just to clean it up, keep it all looking, keep it all looking nice as well, and manageable, of course. Okay, so the other thing I want to do is I'm going to start to move this area in a bit more, just over a little bit. Okay, let's just hit that bang on. What we've got perspective on. Yep. Okay, so I'm just moving this back ever so slightly. It's not perfect, but again, we don't want it perfect. We don't want a symmetrical guy. We want to keep it as natural as possible. Okay, like so. Now I think that should work quite well. Okay, and then we're just going to display the arms. As you can see there, that's worked quite nicely. The only issue I can see on the back here is this bit here. So what I'm going to do is move that. And in fact, what I will do is, this is another great feature of ZBrush. You can mask that off, and then what I'm going to do is invert that selection so it masks the rest of the body off, and then I can start moving stuff around a bit more, and I can be a bit sort of quicker and rougher with it, just to get it all into place. Okay, like so. So again, I'm just looking at this across here. Just smooth that out ever so slightly. Okay. Let's just come around the front. And there we go. And for the excuse me, and for the most part, with the sort of digis and stuff, the arms are usually in a sort of a more neutral position, which is more natural. I mean, the arms up, the sort of the crucifix position method is pretty much long gone now. I think there's more of an emphasis on keeping joints with a slight bit of flexing and stuff like that, because it's more natural, and it also helps toward the deformation within the mesh when it's skinned and weighted and stuff. So that's all good. So all we need to do here is just very, very gently just sort of tickle that into place with the leg there. So you can see it's still got a slight sort of kink to the lower buttock there. You can see this one's higher than the other one, but we're going to leave it. We're not worried about it. The other thing, we could sort of deal with the foot down there as well. I'm just going to just smooth it out very, very gently. I think that one's okay. This one's actually worse than that one. So I'm just going to, there we go. So this is, I've kept the cleanup to an absolute minimum here, but like I say, you can get cases where it's a lot worse. But yeah, but if you do get a decent one, then hopefully the job won't take even half as long as this. So it's just one of those things to bear in mind as well. Okay, let's just put that crutch up a little bit more. Just smooth this all out. Okay. So I think for the time being, and what we have there, that's actually pretty good. And let's just double check the legs. Yep, that's all good. There we go. So that's done. So we'll call it a day there. So that's basically from the finished model to a rigged, posed, clean position. So now what we'll do, the next chapter, is show you some more bits on how to create UV sets, which can affect your workflow a great deal, and how they can help you model as well using UVs, which I think you'll find a useful bit of information using that sort of method, as opposed to, say, creating blend shapes and alternate models to fit. So we'll leave this here, and what I'll do is take this guy back into Maya, make sure he's all done properly and everything, make sure nothing's been affected with the moving in the ZBrush stuff, and yeah, we'll crack on with some UV stuff, and yeah, we'll move on from there. So not really many chapters to go now, but hopefully this one you've learned a little bit more, and yeah, we can hopefully have you sort of up and running, doing your own sort of digi-doubles and stuff in no time. Anyway, save me rambling. I'll see you in the next chapter. Hi, welcome to part 13. So onwards from the last chapter, I've bought the mesh from ZBrush that we sort of give a bit of a tickle and cleaned up, brought it back into Maya and put that through into this mesh as a blend shape. And the reason I've done it that way is it's just a safer and cleaner way to make sure that this mesh retains its integrity during that process. Because sometimes, you know, if you're importing a mesh from another piece of software like ZBrush, you may encounter issues later down the line if you use that as the base mesh as opposed to being a bit safer and pumping that through your original mesh as a blend shape and then just deleting the ZBrush shape out of the scene. So this is the actual shape from ZBrush, from a blend shape that's gone into this mesh, and it's kept it all nice and clean as well. So this being our last chapter, I did think this was going to go on a bit longer, but with what we need to explain, it really doesn't need to go past this chapter actually, because I think everything that we've done up to this point is all going to come to fruition in this chapter anyway. Yeah, let's get on with it. So the idea of this is to create a base mesh, and from this base mesh we're going to create a render mesh, okay, and we're also going to create an animation mesh. But first of all, what we want to do, while we've got the base mesh open, we need to create some more UV sets, and these UV sets are useful for not only, let's open the UV editor. So these UV sets, okay, for example, we've got one UV set in here at the moment, it's map 1. So map 1 is essentially the set of UVs that we'd paint our color maps on for our model, you know, and then from those you generate your specular maps, your bump maps, displacements, and so on, okay, because this is what you would hope your render mesh would come out of as well. So, but there are other areas of the sort of modeling process and production process, albeit in film or television, that would require possibly more UV sets, and those UV sets would be to do with your rigging, you know, doing the skinning stuff, and also creating hair, for example, and also, you know, just helping other departments. So you could even have an effects sort of set of UVs as well, but we're just going to do 2 for now. And what we're going to do is we're going to do like a skinning set. So if you come to do your rig, you're going to need a set of UVs to select and then bind to your joints, etc. And also, for argument's sake, we're going to create like a hair set. So if you were to paint hair or fur onto a character, you know, you'd be able to sort of maximize the use of UVs to create that as well. But along that comes another advantage with UV sets, and that's the ability to create models across the board, if you will, of your different types of, or different versions of your digidouble at different resolutions, which we'll go through and show. But first of all, we do need to create some more UV sets, so let's do that now. So first of all, I want to go create empty UV set. Okay, so we've already got a map 1. Let's create a new one. Now, in here, I've already got a skin rig set that I've been tinkering around before. But first of all, we want to create like a hair fur set. Okay, this will be for our hair, basically. So we'll create that. Okay, that's closed. And then we'll create another empty UV set. Okay, and we'll call that skin rig set. Okay, and let's just capitalize on the R there and put an underscore in there. Okay, and again apply. Okay, so let's close that off and have a look under the UV sets now. So we've got our map 1, okay, which is for the color maps, like I've just already said. We've got a hair fur set, which there's nothing in there at all. And we've got a skinning set, which again, we've got nothing at all. So how do we get these across? Pretty simple, really. We go back to map 1, right click to face, select everything, okay? Go to UV set and copy UVs to UV set. Okay, so the first one off will be the hair first set, okay? And then the second one, skin rig set. Job done. Okay, so now if I now select map 1, there you go. Hair first set, there you go, they're all there. And skin rig set, they're all there as well. Now, we don't want the hair set and the rig set to have this amount of UDIM coverage on any level. It's just not feasible and it won't work. So how do we do that? How do we edit this? Well, basically, we go to hair first set. Let's do this one first, and then we select UV. Okay, so we select all our UV points, and basically scale those down into the first UDIM, okay, in our UV editor. Now, for argument's sake, because we're doing a hair fur set, mainly the fur is going to go on the head, okay? If you're doing an animal, obviously it'd be all over the entire body, but in this case, we're going to do it just for the head only, okay? I'm just going to move these out of the way, just very quickly. Oops, don't want that. Okay, so we're going to move those out of the way. We're going to grab the ear UVs as well. Okay, we're going to shove those out of the way a little bit. And I'm just going to grab the eyes. Okay, and we're going to pop them in there as well. And what I'm going to do is grab the back of the head and the main face as well. And we're going to scale those up. Okay, so they fill up as much as this as possible. Okay, that enable us to give us plenty of room to paint our fur maps or hair maps on, depending on, you know, what you want to call it. The ears, I mean, we could leave them the same sort of size if you wanted to do furry ears just for the sake of it, but we don't need to for this. So for the sake of this tutorial, everything, and also when you come to do it, if you ever need to do it, everything that you're not using, okay, you can basically just scale right down and keep them out of the way. All right, like so. So that's actually done. Okay, so that's the hair. So we've got map 1 for color, okay, and our hair first set, to which we would paint any maps on for our fur and stuff. And then lastly, we've got our skinning set, which we would do to bind our mesh to a rig, a character rig per se. Now in this instance, again, what we want to do is grab all the UVs and scale these right down. Okay, now what I would advise is to actually put these into a sort of more diagrammatical sort of state that would represent the actual body itself. So, you know, you'd have the head and the neck, and then the arms and the legs. Okay, so you'd have your arms and stuff. I'm not going to do it for this completely because what I'd advise would be to sew them up as near as possible as you can as well. Okay, so then there's the legs. I'm not going to put the neck and everything under there. I'm just going to leave those there for now. But you get the idea of what I'm saying. And then also you would grab your hands and feet. Okay, so let's just do the feet for this. Okay, what's that? That's the left foot. Yep, that's okay. And then we've got the right foot here. So I would stick that there. And then grab, is this the left hand? So just get it all to sort of tally up. So you've then got a decent sort of roadmap, if you will, of your character. Okay, and this is going to help you rig it. And then for this, obviously you'd use vertex mode when you're in Maya, doing all your skinning and stuff like that. So this is going to help you, select certain areas that are tricky, maybe somewhere like under the arms and stuff. So you'll be able to, instead of going in there and sort of trying to pick away inside the Maya interface, you can just come up here. So actually, I just want this row here, to be affected with X amount value of weighting and so on. So that's the advantage of doing that as well, creating that set. So there's lots of different things to create these UV sets for. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. So now what we're going to do is going to move on, and I'm going to show you how to use these to a more of a modeling advantage as well. Okay, so what we're going to do is going to close that off for now. And in fact, what I will do, let's go back to the UV editor, and we'll just make sure we're on map 1. Whoops, map 1, there we go. Like so. Okay, so got a little bit of history. So what we want to do now is delete all that history. That's all done. And again, just double check we've not got any errors in the UV editor. Just make sure all our sets are as we left them. Okay, which they are. Fantastic. Okay, so as we've said, this is our base mesh. Okay, this is what we've been building. It's got an adequate amount of polys. You could animate that if you wanted now, render it now if you wanted as well. But essentially, you want to, if you're going to render something and sculpt it, you want a higher res mesh. So what you would do is duplicate this. Okay, and we'll call this render mesh. Okay, and we'll rename this to base mesh. Okay, there we go. And then we want one more, and we're going to call this anim mesh. Okay, there we go. So we're going to have 3 meshes. Okay, first of all the meshes are the same. So what is the difference here? So first of all, this is our render mesh. Okay, this mesh is going to have every single UV set, as is our base mesh. The only one that won't is going to be this one, which is our animation which will be our animation model. So therefore we'll only need a rig set because it's just for animation, it's not for any other purpose. Okay, so what we need to do first is to make this into a render mesh is basically we need to subdivide this to a good state. Okay, and let's just delete the history and let's have a quick look at this. Okay, so this model is pretty damn dense, as you can see. Okay, and let's just take off the wireframe. Actually, let's smooth these as well. Let's just take some history off that, and let's smooth that and take some history off that as well. Okay, so they're all good to go. Okay, so this guy, if you were to build something, if you were to reuse this model, once you've done everything, this would be the guy that you do all your sculpting on and do all your rendering on. Okay, now everything has its place within a rig and stuff as well, and in a production process, there'll be all sorts of things implemented in to enable you to help to move things around, render stuff, and so on. So this essentially would be rigged in with the animation mesh, and then you would render this out afterwards. Okay, but for the most part, when you do the modeling or do remodeling, if you will, you do all your sculpting and things like that on this mesh, and update this one at the same time, which we'll get into very, very shortly. First of all, though, we do need to create an which is what we're going to do with this now. What we're going to do, for argument's sake, again, for the sake of the tutorial, is we're just going to remove a few edge loops. Okay, like so. We could use the mesh reduce, but that creates an absolute mesh, if you'll pardon, excuse me, that creates an absolute mess when it comes to reducing polygons. It doesn't do it in a uniform way. It just sort of selects them and just says, oh, okay, I'll just reduce it over here. So try not to use that in this sort of situation. Okay, so we're just going to go around and customize this so it works to our advantage. Okay, and you'll see why very, very shortly when we come to start doing a bit of shaping. Okay, so let's just, so I'm just going to do every other one, even though they don't tally up completely. Well, that's all part of what we were doing with the sculpting process and getting it to look a bit more uniform. So let's just run through there as well. Okay, and that one. And then we'll just jump down back onto the leg. And we'll go all the way down to the ankle sort of area as well. Now, before we delete any of these edges, we need to go into the UV editor to check something. Okay. And I think that should do it for that. Okay. And again, for argument's sake, I'll do a couple on the arms. Let's just have a look around the back here. What we got? Okay. And we'll just go all the way down to the wrist. Keep this as simple as possible, just for the sake of this. And I'll explain something else afterwards, once we've done this. Let's get rid of that. We don't want that like that. And let's just come down with this one. Okay. Okay, I think we'll just leave that one there for now. Okay. And I'll just reduce a couple on the neck, just for argument's sake as well. Okay, right. So let's just go over to the UV editor. So what we're looking for here now is to make sure that we've selected all the UVs in the loops correctly, and not anything that's going to interfere on the borders themselves, because the minute we change that, we change everything. Okay, so it's vital to keep your UVs and loops that you're deleting or rebuilding. You can rebuild them, you could put triangles in, whatever you want to sustain a lower sort of and a more versatile mesh for animation. But the thing is, the key is not to destroy the border edges. Okay, the minute you do that, it's stuffed. You can't do it. So with this done, we've done what we need to. We can now delete those edge loops and stuff. Okay, and as you can see, you know, we've got a bit of a lighter mesh as well. And what I'll do is just close that and delete some history. And for argument's sake as well, for this tutorial, I am going to put in some triangles. Okay, just a couple of tries, just for, oops, let's just pop that one there, okay, and oh, I don't know, let's put one there and one just there as well. Okay, so you know, you can distinctly see that these meshes are totally different, and there's just no way you can do a blend shape between them. Okay, you just can't do it. So your meshes are now ready, let's say. There's just one more thing we do need to do. Okay, and let's sort out the UVs on this animation one. We don't need everything on them. Okay, so let's just come back out. So if we go to UV sets, okay, hair first set, we can delete this set. We don't need it. Delete current UV set. Okay, for that model, we don't need it at all. Okay, it's not affecting any of the others. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, it's not affecting any of those, it's just affecting the one we've got selected. Okay, and then on top of that, we're going to select the UV faces on map 1. Okay, and what we're going to do with that is just delete them with the delete key, because you can't actually delete map 1 as an attribute. It can't be done. It's default. You just can't do it. So you just delete those faces. If we go to skin rig set, the UVs are there. Okay, and that's all we need for the animation version. Okay, so that's all done. Okay, so now this is where it's going to get interesting. So with that done, this is now ready for production, animation, whatever it is you need to do. So let's imagine now you go into ZBrush and you need to sculpt this guy up. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to change a couple of attributes on this. I'm just going to pick the stomach area out. Okay, we're just going to pull this around. Okay, it's not very much, let's do a bit more. Okay, that's okay like that. Okay, and we'll grab just for a bit of a laugh, let's just grab the back of the head as well. Okay, okay, so this is our character that we've got over from ZBrush. We've sculpted it all up and everything else, and what we need to do, in fact, let's get a bit more shape as well on the sides here. Okay, just so we can see a bit of difference in that view as well. Okay, not the best bit of modeling in the world, but you get the idea. So what we need to do in a production process, you need to keep all your meshes the same. Okay, so whatever is your current model, you know, these initially were our default characters that we're allowed to work from, and in order to keep things sort of ticking through and safe, you know, you want to keep everything updated and looking the same. So how do we do that? Problem we've got, this mesh, and this mesh are all different, so you just can't do a blend shape. So look, if we go blend shape, we get the error, no deformable objects. Okay, and it'd be the same for these two as well. Okay, we just can't do it. So you're kind of like, oh, okay, how do we do this? Okay, so we can't blend shape it, so what do we do? We use our vertex position from these to these to these. Okay, but what we do, we use it using the UVs, the UV space. Okay, and this is where it gets interesting. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to mesh and transfer attributes. Okay, first and foremost, you want to put on the attributes to transfer, so that's going to be our vertex position. Okay, and we're going to be using a UV set to do that. So the UV set we need to do is always on current. Okay, and the sample space would be set to UV, which is what I've initially just explained for this. Okay, and the search method is closest to point. All right, so all those settings are going to help with this next part. So then what we need to do is go to Window, our modeling editor, UV editor, and we're going to just check this one first. Okay, we're going to just use map 1 for this one. Okay, and we're going to make sure we're on map 1 for this one as well. All right, so you have to have the UV sets exactly the same. Even though the meshes are different, the UV set must be the same. Okay, exactly the same. Okay, so we're going to close that off. So we're going to go from that one to this one. All right, and then we hit apply. There you go. So that has now transferred all our information from this mesh to this mesh. All right. So again, we need to update. Okay, again, this could be used as a background character in the same sort of vein as this character. So you've got to do it across the board in case, you know, this is required for rendering as opposed to this. And they could put some, you know, lighter displacement maps and so on this, so it can actually work when it's not closer to camera, say this one would be. So again, let's delete some history so everything's nice and safe for us to do this next bit. So again, we would now need to go to our Windows UV editor, and now this is where we have to make sure that this UV set is set to skin set, or our rigging set, because this is the only set that this one has, okay, which is what this is set to constantly. So then you do the same to that as well, and even though we've got hardly anything that resembles this mesh now, and we've got triangles in it as well, you know, to help lighten the load, you know, you can get rid of a whole lot more as long as the integrity of the UV stays the same. Like I was saying, you know, as long as the border edges work, then that's good. Again, keep these settings to vertex position, current UV set, the sample space is set to UV, closest to point in the search method as well. Again, I'll just reiterate this. Our UV set for this now is actually set, okay, to, where is it? Let's grab that. UV set is on our skin rig set, and this one is on our skin rig set as well. So select our initial shape to our new shape and apply, and there you go. So across the board, we've now got 3 different meshes. Let's just delete the history on that. So we've now got 3 different meshes, but all the same shape. Okay. Now, there's one more thing. In some cases, you may get this given to you with a new shape on it. Okay. So let's say, for example, they want an even bigger belly on this guy. Okay. So what you would do, let's just say, for example, they want this even bigger. Okay, and this is the one that's been modeled on, okay, because it was quick and it was easy, but someone's then decided, hey, we need it on a render mesh, and we need it with all the displacement maps as well, and we need to transfer it backwards and forwards. So what you would need to do is then duplicate this, okay? And the reason I'm duplicating this is because what will happen is, if we transfer this mesh to this mesh, what we're going to get is a massive amount of faceting, because we just don't have the resolution from this one to this one. So every other polygon is missing, yeah, because each poly is subdivided twice. Okay, so what you would do is create an extra one, yeah, and then what you would do is go to mesh and then smooth that one. Okay, and again, let's just delete the history so it's ready to go. So that one is now ready. Okay, so then you would transfer the attributes from that one to this one. So again, we would then need to go to the UV editor, set the UV set, go to map 1, okay, and then select this one, go to modeling editor, UV editor, and this should be on map 1 as well, okay, like so. There we go. So then from that shape to this shape, again, settings are the same, and let's just apply that just so we can see. Bang, and that's done. This is safe, this is safe, okay. So we don't need that one now, that's all good. So that one's the same as that, and then this one would be the same process as before. You'd stick this one where are we? Modeling editors to the UV editor. Make sure on the skin rig set for that one. And that was on the skin rig set as well. And then we would just do that and transfer that to that using the same process. And there we go. That's done. So then that is all ready again for your production process, where this would then get rigged. This would get, all of these would get rigged possibly into the same thing, and then all picked up for animation and rendering and etc. etc. When it's all baked out and stuff like that. And that's it. So that is what that has led to, because you can't blend shape between those, and those. Okay. Another thing is, as well, the reason why we bring in, actually, let's do that. So let's import our cleaned mesh from ZBrush, okay? So this is our shape from ZBrush. Now let's just have a quick look at the UVs on this, okay? Modeling editors, UVs. This is why I was saying before, always do a blend shape. So there's the UVs for this, and I know for a fact they're not quite right on here, okay? So you wouldn't just replace that. If this was these two meshes were current, you wouldn't just replace that with that, okay? What you'd do a blend shape. All right. So in this case, it's going to work because, this has got all of the UV sets. So, but just for argument's sake, I'm just going to stick it back, okay, to map 1, and then create a blend shape. Okay. It hasn't kicked off. Well, in fact, let's just get rid of those transfer attributes on that as well. Okay, so again, we'll do that, and then this Polymesh 3D. Oh, that's because that's got the history on from that one. Beg your pardon. Right, and let's get rid of that. Okay, so you would actually do the blend shape like so, and there you go. And that still keeps all of your UV sets there. Whereas with this one, you've only got one set. Okay, you've got one set only. Depending on what you would export, in what UV set is what you're going to get back. So always export stuff with map 1 and then transfer via a blend shape or whatever it is you need to do into this one to retain everything in its original form. And that is the safest way around that as well. Okay, I think that is everything I can explain at this point. Let's get rid of that guy. That's everything, really. I can't, I don't think I can explain any more, other than good luck. And I hope you enjoy this tutorial and the nuggets that we've shared with you on this. Any questions, just give us a shot over on SimplyMaya.com, and if we can help, if we can pick up those questions and answer them, then we will do gladly. So yeah, this is Jay for SimplyMaya signing off, and I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Thanks very much.